with T. Today we are going to start a brand new series, a Flutter basic crash course. In this crash course we are going to learn Flutter from scratch, as we are working previously on Android and now we are moving to the Flutter. So this is the official Flutter video in which we are going to start our Flutter series. So I have divided this whole course into three basic parts. The first one in which we will cover the basics, then we will move to stateless widgets, and then at the end stateful widgets with an application at the end. So before going to jump to our part 1, which is the basics, I just want to tell you that if you really want to learn something, most of the time people are asking me that how you learn this Android development and how are you moving to Flutter. This is because when you start reading a book, you start watching some tutorials, you just have to stick to one channel. You should follow the whole series from first tutorial till end. If you are following a book, start with the first page till end page, you will be expert at the end. Okay, so now let's move to our first part, which is the Flutter basics. In this part 1 we are going to simply cover the overview, which is the current video is going on. So the next will be the installation and setup. We will install Flutter on Android Studio, and then we will move to create our first Flutter application, and also we will see the basic UI widgets we need to design our any application, or the basic application at least. So then we will organize our code, because if you don't know how to organize the code, we can easily clutter our code and we can stuck anywhere, any point inside our own code. So then we will add a simple logic. So this is the basic, like you can see here in the animation. We are not going to create a lot of things, we will just put a very simple point, and that's it. And then is the stateless widgets. Stateless widget, basically they never change their state once they are deployed or when we run our application. Basically there are multiple stateless widgets. First we are going to cover what is a widget and its types. Then this is a scaffold, Appbar widget, material widgets, which we will cover in the previous basics, and we will also use them in our part 2. So text is basically again a stateless widget, because most of the time we can change the text using a stateful widget, but most of the time text, container, layouts, these things are stateless, because when we set our application layout we never change it. So image, icon, margin, padding, basically these are the stateless widgets, but we can change them and move them in the stateful widgets as well. But as this is a crash course, so we will stick to our stateless widgets and create these simply as a stateless widgets. And then we will at the end create our own widget using a combination of these widgets. And then the third is the stateful widgets. At the runtime we can easily change their states. They are the text field, they are the radio buttons, checkbox, dropdowns. So in the first we are going to cover the stateful versus stateless widgets, so we can easily differentiate them. Then we will move from one screen to another screen, and then we will jump to our stateful widgets, and at the end we will create a small application. So before directly going to jump into the Flutter, I just want to add on something that people sometimes face issues while installing the Flutter, and Flutter doctor suggesting some issues. So to handle those issues, I will add a link in the description for my website on which I will try to address all the issues. So for this video I have divided the installation in 4 basic steps. The first one is going to be download the Flutter SDK. The second one is set up the environment variable so we can use our IDE on Flutter, and the third one is we're going to set up our editor IDE and install Flutter and Dart plugin inside our Android Studio. And the last one is we are going to perform some queries on command prompt. So let's quickly get started. Okay, open flutter.dev in any browser you have, go to get started, and in here you can see we have 4 options, but we are going to install it on Windows. Click on Windows. Inside you can see we have system requirements. Operating system must be Windows 7 or later. Disk space required is 1.64 GB minimum for the Flutter only, not for the IDE. This is Android Studio. And the tools which we are going to use. So in here we have a Flutter SDK. Our first step is to download this zip file, click OK and download it. I have already downloaded Flutter here. Right click and extract it. Once you extract, you have a Flutter folder extracted like this. You just have to copy it. Do not do anything. Open File Explorer and go to the C. In here we have to create a new folder. You can name it anything, but I am going to name it source src, and inside we are going to paste our Flutter. Okay, once it's copied, now we have to move to our step 2, which is to set up environment variables. We want to set up our environment variables because we want to use our Flutter using command line. So go to the Windows, search for env, edit the system environment variables, open it, click on environment variables, and in here you can see I already have a path variable created, but if there is no such path variable created, click on new and you can name it path. And the value of the variable value will be, go to the browse directory, go to PC C section, and inside the folder we have created, which is source Flutter, and we have to give this directory of bin. Click OK. You can see we have a directory C source Flutter bin. So I'm not going to paste it here because I already have a path created. So if you have this variable already created, click on edit, because we have bunch of other dependencies. So click on new and just paste the path C source Flutter bin. Click OK. Let's just check it. It's added. OK, OK. And now again go to the environment variables. We want to create one more for the Android licenses. Okay, as in the documentation you can see agree to Android licenses. So for that we have make sure that you have a Java version, Java 8 installed, and also a Java home environment variable is set. So to set this, let's create a new one, name it Java home, and the variable value of this Java home will be, we have to browse the directory, or let's go to File Explorer, go to the C, go to users, and the main users, mine is this one, and in here we have to find app data. So this is mostly hidden. You can see it's hidden by default. Open app data, go to local and find Android SDK. So this is the SDK path that we have to provide to Java home. Give this path and click OK, and we have a Java home variable added. So if you are facing some problem with this Java home variable, you can name it Android_home, like this, Android_home. Click OK and it will be changed. Click OK and OK. Okay, now let's check our Flutter and Dart is copy pasted to our location or not, and also if our command prompt is working or not. So open the command prompt, and in here we will write where Flutter Dart. Hit enter, and you can see we have a folder created source inside the Flutter bin, and we have a Flutter here, and we also have a Dart in the same folder. So install our Android Studio if you are already installed, like I have already installed. So it's just a simple process to install Android Studio. So once you install the Android Studio, open it. Okay, this is the first screen. I have bunch of projects already open, but you might have nothing over here, so you just have to move to the plugin section, and in the marketplace let's find Flutter. Okay, in here you can see on the top we have a Flutter. Just install it, and it is going to automatically install the Dart as well for us. You can see before going to install the Flutter, it is asking us to install the Dart plugin as well. So install it. Okay, our Flutter is installed. Restart IDE. Restart now. Okay, so our IDE has been restarted. Go to the plugins, and inside this installed you can see Dart and Flutter has been installed. So we are good. Okay, so now we have to run the command prompt, and inside we will run Flutter Doctor to check that if there is anything missing or Flutter has been installed successfully. So it's running the summary. First time maybe it have to install with the Git, or to connect with the Git, and let it load please. And in here you can see the Flutter has been installed, Android Studio is connected, Chrome develop for the web, I have already connected it, Android Studio is connected, and also two devices are connected, so no issues found here. So this means that we are good to go. Okay, so now let's move to the fourth point, which is to agree all the Android licenses or the Flutter licenses. So for that, open command prompt, and in here we will again write Flutter Doctor, but not only Flutter Doctor, we have to write two spaces, Android, again a minus sign, and license, not license, licenses with the S. Hit enter, and now it's fetching, and you can see all SDK package licenses accepted. In case if you didn't accept any of the package, it will ask you to press Y for yes to accept all the licenses and N for no. So you just have to press Y and hit enter, then all the package licenses will be accepted. Make sure you have an internet connection, because you can see I don't have an internet, so it's saying failed to connect to host. So make sure you have internet. And also after accepting the Android licenses, if again you're facing some error, what you have to do is open Android Studio. Okay, in Android we have to find Flutter SDK, so click on the file, go to settings, and inside we have to go to the appearance and behavior, open system settings, and we have Android SDK here. Move to the second option, SDK tools, and make sure Android SDK command line is installed, like I have already installed. So you just have to install it. If in case you have any error, it will be resolved immediately, so hit apply and OK. Okay, so that's it for this video. As you can see, we are in section 1 and we are going to create the third video, which is our first Flutter application, which today we are going to create. Open Android Studio. In here you can see we have 4 options on the left side menu. First, all the projects will appear here on the right side screen, and then we have a customize section which help us to customize our IDE. So these are the themes: dark theme, high contrast, and intelligent. You can select any theme you like. I am going to stick with the default options. You can see we can change the fonts as well, adjust colors for the red, green, vision deficiency. And then in the plugins, as in the previous video, you can see our Dart and Flutter is installed. We installed these plugins. So you can go to marketplace to install new plugins, and these are some useful links for documentation, etc. So head back to projects, and you can see we have a new Flutter project button available. Click on it. In here our Flutter is selected, and this is the path to our SDK, Flutter SDK. We configure our Flutter on this path, so just make sure that this is the right path on which you configure your Flutter SDK. Click on next. In here we have to give the project name. This is the project location. If you want to change the project location, you can click here, then a description, and then we have a project type. We are going to create the application, not plugin, package or module, so select application. Organization is basically your domain name, so mine is taimursikandar.com, and .com will be on the left side in reverse order. And then we have Android language, we can choose one, Java or Kotlin, and same for the iOS, we can choose Object-C or Swift. Then we have platforms. We are not going to check the web for now, but we are going to use Android and iOS development. Then we can also do the offline project creation, and these are some advanced settings. Module name and the project name should be in small letters with underscores, spaces and special characters are not allowed. So click on finish to create a project. Okay, so our first Flutter project has been created. This is the readme file which has some useful links for the documentation. Let's close it. As you can see, this is not basically our default Flutter structures because Android is selected. We have to click on this top menu and go to the project, so our Flutter structure appears. So we have two main folders. The one contains the libraries and the one contains our main structure of Flutter application. Open this. In our upcoming videos we will also go through each folders one by one. So for now we have to focus on this lib folder, which is the main folder which contains all the Dart files. So for the Flutter development we have to keep all the files of Flutter inside this lib folder. So we will create our structure of Flutter like helper classes, screens, functions, or the backend or the front end, databases, etc. inside this lib folder. We will create other folders and we will add these dart files inside this lib folder. So instead of talking about these all files, let's talk about this pubspec.yaml file. So basically this is the main file. Like in Android Studio, we have two project files, one is the app level and one is the project level. So same case is in Flutter. We have this pubspec.yaml file which contains name of our application, description, and also in here you can see we have a version control of our application, SDK, dependencies. Then we have Cupertino, which is the iOS widgets, icons basically. Then we have bunch of other dependencies. We can use assets, images in here. We have to declare image first and then we can use it. And same like for the fonts, we can use fonts later on. So these are the examples given here. So again, this is a main file, or this is the important file that we have to use again and again in future. So let's head back to our main.dart file. In here, Flutter by default give us a basic default code which is a counter application. So for our very first tutorial, I am not going to talk about this default counter application of Flutter. So instead, let's get started with the 0. So let's hit backspace. And you can see we have an error on the left side in the structure. So this is the test folder which contains all the test files for the testing purpose in Flutter. So we don't need this file, delete it. Okay, and you can see the error is gone. In here, Flutter by default give us a basic default code which is a counter application. So for our very first tutorial, I am not going to talk about this default counter application of Flutter. So instead, let's get started with the 0. So let's hit backspace and you can see we have an error on the left side in the structure. So this is the test folder which contains all the test files for the testing purpose in Flutter. So we don't need this file, delete it. Okay, and you can see the error is gone. Okay, before directly jump into the coding, let's try to understand how Flutter works. The first function that we have to write is the Flutter void main function, which is the very first function that runs when we try to run our application. So this function is like a door which help us to enter in any building. So anyone who want to run our application will have to enter, or the compiler will hit this main function and then it will enter into our application to run or perform any functionality in it. And then the second step after entering into that door is that our application should run. So when we start creating widgets, functionalities and things like that, our application will not be appearing on Flutter. Our door is open, someone is inside our main function, but there is no application running. Everything is useless until we will create our run app. So we have to then define our run app method inside void main, which we are going to create in a few seconds. And then in run app we will create our whole application. Anything in a Flutter is a widget, so we can consider text as an application, we can consider a whole application as an application. So let's get started. So first thing we need is to import the material.dart package so we can use its functionality. So you have to write package with the small p colon flutter / material.dart. So we have to import this. Then again, as I told you, that we have to create a main function. So we created a door using which anyone can enter into our application. So inside this we have to, if let's say we start creating widgets, this is the widget, for example, hello world. If I am directly going to run this widget, it's not going to run and our application will be blank. So let's try to run, and first let's try to add our emulator. So go to this AVD manager to add the emulator. And in here you can see I have one created. So to create a new one, click on create virtual device. You can select phone from here and any device you can choose from the right side. Let's choose Pixel XL, click next. And inside you can see we have bunch of Flutter images, sorry, not Flutter but system images. These are the latest one, and then you can go to the oldest versions, which is 5.1, and now Android 11, which is R, has been released. So you just have to click on this download button for the latest R. It will take a bit of time and download it. So now I have downloaded. Click on this R, click next. You can change the AVD name, you can change the settings at this stage, and also you can change the settings later on once simulator is created. And just finish, click on finish to create, as I have already created. So run it. Okay, so our emulator is running. Let's run. Make sure that your device is selected from here and then hit run from this play button. For the very first time, Flutter will take a bit of time to load, but once the application is in running state, you can use Flutter hot restart and Flutter hot reload to directly convert your code into your application. Okay, our application is running and you can see a blank or the white screen. So basically this text is not appearing. There is a reason behind it, control cut. So we are inside this main function. We open the door, we are inside now. There was this text placing, but we cannot utilize it. So to utilize or to run our application, we have another method, which is the run app. So this run app, basically you hover over it and you can see it requires a widget. So widget can be a whole app, widget can be a text. As I told you, let's paste our text inside here, not the semicolon. Semicolon will be at the outside. And now when we try to run our application might get crashed, because in Flutter we have to give direction, text direction, and text direction dot left to right. So now when we try to run this application, okay, now it's started. You can see that we have a hello world written on the very top right here. I don't know you can see it or. So now to align the code, press Ctrl Alt L and it will work like this. Now instead of this text, let's just put this text in the center of our application. Now in this run app, again we have to put the widget. It can be a whole application or a single widget. So let me put a center widget this time. And this center widget, every layout widget basically, which we will discuss in our upcoming videos. Basically center is a layout widget, so every layout widget will have child widgets. Inside this center we have a child, and again it requires a widget as a child. So let's paste the text widget which we just created. So basically center widget is going to take the entire space of its parent. Let's just hit Ctrl Alt L, and now you can better understand that we are inside this main function and it's running this run application, which is basically running our whole application. And then this run app basically needs a widget to run, and we pass the widget center. So this center is going to take the entire space of its parent, and its parent is the run app, which is basically the whole screen you can see over here. So it should be in the center of this whole screen, and then in the center it is saying that what you want me to put in the center as a child. So give me a child and I will put it in the center. So we pass text to its child. Now let's run our application, and now you can see on your right side we have a hello world written right in the middle of our whole application. So in case if you are facing an issue while saving the code, your changes are not replicating to your emulator or your mobile, then you can simply press this hot restart here and it will automatically shift your changes from this side to that side. Okay, now to learn a bit more about the error, let's just remove this text direction and now run our application. And you can see we have faced an issue or the error, and on the right side you can see we have a red screen with text, no directional widget found, rich text widget requires a directional widget ancestor. So basically when this screen appears, the reason to show you this screen is now it will not hot reload our code in here because we have an error screen or the screen of death. So for that we have a hot restart. So now once we add this text direction, and now we have to do this hot restart, click here to perform our changes. Otherwise when you keep on saving, error will remain on your screen. So now we hot restarted and it's here in our screen. Okay, so that's it for this video. section 1, and we are going to create our fourth video, which is the Flutter App part 2. In this we are going to create widgets, a very useful and the powerful widgets for any Flutter application, or you can see a basic widgets that every Flutter application have to use while creating any application. Widgets that we are going to cover in this video are, the first one is the Material App widget, and after that we are going to use the Scaffold widget inside the Material App, and inside the Scaffold we will create our Appbar or the Appbar widget, and then after creating the Appbar we will jump toward our text and the text span widget. So first we will go through the text widget and then we will go through our text span widget. So let's quickly get started with our tutorial. Open Android Studio and we are inside the project we created in our previous tutorial, and in the previous tutorial we just created this simple code right in front of you. We learn how to create a Flutter project and we go through the basics of Flutter structure on the left side of your screen, and then we jump to the coding section and we created two widgets, center and the text widget, and we also learn how the flow of Flutter works. What is this main function, how this run app basically works. So I suggest you to please watch previous video if you are new. So let's get started with the today's tutorial. Today we are going to cover first the Material App, and basically this Material App is again another gateway that allow our application to use all the material widgets or the components of the material. Like we have imported the package here for the material, so I'm going to press Ctrl X to cut it from here, and now I'm going to add Material App. And again Material App is a widget that basically this run app requires, so we pass a widget here. Everything in the Flutter is a widget, so again this is a widget and it is representing our whole application. So I am going to use Material App only once, not again and again in the project. So basically this is representing my application. This is the application we created in our previous video, and when I am going to do this, you can see at the top there is no name of the application basically. So this is the first thing. We are creating our application from scratch, so we are going to start with this thing and then we will move toward our whole application. And when I'm going to talk about the Chrome, you can see app name is right there. So let's first create this app name, and we can create this app name by Material App only, and let's give it the title, and title is going to be My Flutter App. You can just hover over any Flutter widget to get a glance of what we can do with that widget. So we have a bunch of options. We have the home widget, like we have the child in other layout widgets. This is basically a child but it's written as home, and in here you can see we have a title of the application which is simply written a title. Then we have a bunch of other functions, root functions, and then the main thing that Material App provides is the theme, dark theme, light theme. We can create custom themes, and we can also set our current theme to the system theme by defining theme mode.system. This is what we can create with this Material App. So let's, for this tutorial, keep it simple. Define its home. Home of the application means what is inside this application. So for now, in this home, let's just paste our center and the text widget we created in our previous tutorial, and let's see how our application looks like. Okay, now our application is running. You can see debug mode at the top right corner, and you can see the hello world with the yellow underlines. You are using the Material App, the material components. This text is now the material, but there is something missing that we need to define. Okay, now again I'm going to cut this center and text again from here, and this time I'm going to create a scaffold widget. Basically this scaffold widget holds lot of things, so this scaffold is very useful in creating any application using Flutter. So when I'm going to hover over this scaffold widget, it contains an Appbar that we are going to create right now. Then it has again a body widget. It requires a widget. This means that again it requires a child by using a body name. Then we have a floating action button animator, locator. Then we have a drawer, end drawer, bottom navigation bar, bottom sheet, background color, and bunch of other things. Okay, now inside the scaffold, let's quickly, without doing anything, I'm going to define its body and going to paste center and text widget. You can see when we are going to press Ctrl S to hot reload, it's not actually reloading our application directly to the emulator or to your devices. Why? Because you can see this thunder arrow over here, it's just saying that it's a Flutter hot reload. Hot reload will never work when you are working inside this main function. So this works when when in future we will be working on stateless and stateful widgets, because it works on the tree of Flutter. And clearly in here you can see in this main function we cannot completely add our whole application inside this main function. So in our next video we are going to talk about this. So for now let's click on this hot restart. It is going to reload our errors and also this main app code as well. Okay, here we go. Now you can see that error is gone, our background is white, our text is in black with hello world written there without any yellow lines. So this means that now we are working with the material widgets very perfectly. Let's jump back to the coding. But this is not our application. So every application has an app bar. So we have to write app bar inside this scaffold, and to create the app bar we have to write app bar. Remember that every widget in Flutter starts with a capital letter. Key of the widget, this is a key and this is the value. This key will always remain the same. So you can see this app bar starts with a small a and this app bar starts with a capital A, and every widget starts with curly brackets. When we hover over this app bar we have many options. We can add leading. This leading is a widget, means we can add icon to it, title of the app bar, then we have actions, space, bottom, elevation, shadow, shape, background. We have lot of options. For this tutorial let's add a title to this app bar. Now you can see I'm trying to add a string title here or a character here, but it's giving me an error. But in here it's not giving me an error. So how to find that? We have to pass the widget or a text string. So we have over the material app, and in here we have to find the title, and you can see its return type is string. So I passed a string over here. But when I hover over the app bar, in here you can see the title is a widget, so I have to pass text widget here to define the title, and let's say it's a dashboard. Okay, to make any text uppercase or lowercase, we just have to, after this text we can write dot to uppercase and it will turn whole text to uppercase. Okay, in here you can see our text is in uppercase, dashboard, and we have an app bar on our application. Now let's play with our text. We first created our material app, then we created our scaffold, then we created our app bar, and now it's time to play with the text. In here you can see we created a simple text, hello world. It's not going to work like hello world. Sometimes we need the first letter should be small and others sometimes bold, italic, underline, colorful. So how we are going to write those things? So basically this text, so first try to understand that we are using the material app, material design. We don't need to define this text direction anymore. I'm going to remove it. Now inside this text widget we have a style element here. In this style I'm going to use text style. Again remember this text style is a widget and it has bunch of options. I'm going to hover over it. We can change color of the text, background color, font size, font weight, font style, letter spacing, word spacing, height, and much more options. Let's say I'm going to change size of this font, so it's a font size. We can give it in double. We can also give it in the integers, but recommended is to provide in double. Let's increase the size to clearly see the difference. Let's run it again. Okay, now you can see the size has been improved from smaller to larger. Okay, now let's try to add something more in the text. With this simple text we cannot achieve our goal. Okay, let's remove this, and instead of simple text we are going to use text.rich. We have only one option, so it's a text.rich, and inside we can create text span. Okay, in here again I'm going to create a widget. Widget will start with the capital, so it's a text span. In this text span we have very few options, very useful options, and the first is going to be text itself, and the text is going to be my. I'm not going to add anything else, and inside comma. Okay, in here you just have to notice that I am going to write other text inside this text span. So it has a children's, many children's, with a square brackets. Now in this square bracket I am going to add more text spans as much as I want. You can see, press Ctrl plus D to duplicate any line of code. So you can see I have 3 text spans. So let's design the first one, my, and again it has a text. Text is going to be Flutter, comma, by remaining inside this curly brackets I'm again going to add the style, same as we did to our text, and let's say this text style, first increase the font size 50, again let's increase its font weight. Font weight.bold will work for us. And now to duplicate this text span, Ctrl plus D, and this time this is my Flutter app. Size will be 30, and I'm not going to make it bold, but let's change its color. To change the color in Flutter we have another widget, which is the colors widget. It's not color, it's colors with a capital C. Colors dot, we have bunch of options, go for the blue one. Okay, to align the code, as you can see I did not add any comma here, so when I'm going to align my code, press Ctrl Alt L, so it's going to align like this, not in a single line, but when press Ctrl Z, and now this time I'm going to add commas at the end of each line. And now when I'm going to press Ctrl Alt L, and you can see my code has been beautifully divided into single lines by use of this comma. Okay, now we are inside this app bar, and let me give it a background color. Again we will write colors dot blue gray maybe. Okay, we again have to hot restart. And here we go, you can see our text has been changed, the background color of our app bar has been changed. Okay, so that's it for this video. We are in section 1 and we are about to create our 5th video, which is to organize the code or organize the Flutter code. Okay, open Android Studio. We are inside the project we created in our previous tutorial specifically for this series. Okay, in here you can see the code we are writing is in the only one function, which is the main function, and inside this run app. So we cannot create our whole application only in just one function, as Dart follows object-oriented programming concept. So we can easily convert our code into classes and we can easily manage our code. So let's quickly see how we can do that. Okay, the first thing that we are going to do, outside this main class, let's create a new class simply with the class keyword, and name of the class will be my app and curly brackets. So this is how we create a simple class in any programming language. So we have a class here, but as in the Flutter we need to define it either stateless or the stateful class or the stateful widget. So for that we have to extend it with stateless widget, and it requires override methods. You just have to click on it, click on this bulb icon, or by clicking here you can press Alt Enter and click on this create one missing override, and it is going to basically create a method, a build method, which is just returning a widget. So as you can see, it is a stateless widget. Stateless widgets are basically those widgets which do not change their position once they are deployed on the screen or once the application is running. So for example, let's take a scaffold, this Appbar. So this Appbar will never change its state. User will only see this dashboard. User cannot change the name of the dashboard, design of this Appbar, the center text, text span, my Flutter app, it's bold, blue, 30 and 50 sizes. So user cannot basically change these things. So we can easily put these things in the stateless widgets. Okay, in here you can see we created a stateless widgets by this way, but there is another simple way which I prefer. So let's remove this, and you just have to write stles, and you can see by writing st you have stateless, stateful, state animation, constant and abstract methods. So when we write stateless and hit enter, you can see we have a class. Give it a class name which is my app. So this is the constructor it has created for our class. So we will talk about the constructor in our next videos. And again, this is the override method, and this time it's overriding a return container which is a widget. So we can pass any widget instead of this container here. So let's jump back to material app, minimize it. I'm going to cut it from here, Control X, and going to paste it over this container. Remove this container and paste our material. At the end we have a comma, so we need a semicolon. Remove the comma. Now this error is gone. Our material app which we created over in the run app has been moved to our class which is my app. So minimize it. You can see we don't have any error. Now in here we just have to call my app, and that's it. Okay, before further organizing this code, first let's see how we can simplify this run app. We can use fat arrows instead of this design. What are basically the fat arrows? Fat arrows are going to remove these curly braces with these fat arrows. So to do this, let me just remove these curly brackets. It will be on the next line, and in here we just have to write this equal sign and a greater than sign, and it is going to work like a fat arrow. So why we use these fat arrows? Whenever we have a single line of code in a class, in a function, so we can convert that into the fat arrows and our code will be simplified. Okay, now let's jump back to this my app class, and you can see still we have a bunch of thing here. So again, to organize this code, you can see we are inside this material app which will be used only once, and it is currently containing the data of our whole application. So we will create only one app. It contains the theme of our application, it contains bunch of other things which are basically for the whole application, not for one screen. So to divide it into screens, let's go to the lib folder, right click new and create a directory. I'm going to name it screens, and inside this screens create a new file, and I'm going to name it dashboard.dart. okay, hit enter, and you can see we again have a dashboard file. For those who watched my previous videos or the first video in which we created our application, I just have a quick question for 1 to 2 seconds. I'm going to pause that. What we have to write at first when we create a new file in Flutter? Okay, some are good and some are confused maybe. So we just have to import a package which is a material.dart package. We have to import this in all the classes we create, all the dart files we create. Okay, inside this we again have to create a class. So now you are going to tell me how we have to create a class, right? Stateless. So we created a class which is stateless, and I am going to name it dashboard. You can name it anything as per your own screen. So you can see it created a class returning a container. Now head back to the main file, and in here you can see this app bar basically represents our one single screen, not the whole application. So app bar for other application will be something else. You can see it's written dashboard over here, it's a blue gray. So and then in the body of this scaffold we have the text. So let's cut this scaffold from there till it's written the scaffold. Control X, head back to the dashboard file, and instead of this container paste by Control V. At the end of this comma add semicolon, and the error is gone. Now you can see we have a screen with the app bar and its body. It can be anything. We will create much more in the upcoming videos. Okay, now we have a one screen which is the dashboard. Head back to the main file. How we can call that dashboard, and I am going to select the first one, which is the dashboard, add brackets, and that's it. And now you can see this import package has been imported. Package colon my first Flutter app, name of the app, screens and dashboard. When I'm going to remove this thing, you can see it still works. So you can import by just calling the screens and dashboard.dart. Why it's working? Because all the files in the Flutter are in this lib folder. So we can give the path next to this lib folder. Right, we have a screens here and then we have dashboard.dart. Okay, now in here you can see we have divided our main function, and then again we have created our material app, dashboard, all the things that we need only once for our application separately inside main.dart, and we name it the my app class. Now whenever we are dealing with our applications with our specific screens, we don't have to indulge with our whole application. So once we complete all the configurations for our application in here, we don't have to touch it again. We will only deal with our specific screens. So for now in this material app, let's create this theme mode, and again this theme mode dot system. Now it's basically going to whatever the light or the dark theme our system is using. Okay, so now let's try to run our application and let's see if we have any changes or not. Okay, now you can see our application is running and there is no change in our application. So this means that we successfully organized the code without any change. Now let's try to see if theme mode works or not. Basically it's not gonna work because we statically add all the colors. Click on this dark mode and in here you can see nothing changed. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it. As you can see, we are in section 1 and we are about to create our last video or the 6th video of this section. In this video we are going to add some logic to our code. We will create a simple function and we will try to get that value from that function, a random function, and will assign to our text inside the Flutter. So let's get started. Open Android Studio. So this is the project we created in our previous tutorials. We are inside the main.dart and we also create our screens folder here, and inside we created our new file which is the dashboard.dart, and we shift all the code for specific dashboard screen. So for example, we want to add some logic or add some text inside this dashboard screen. Instead of this text.rich, let me create a new simple text. So I created a simple text which is saying random value is, we will assign a value here. So let's first create a new function that will generate random value for us. It will be integer type. This integer is basically the return type of this function, and this is the name of the function. Okay, now let's create a random variable. As you can see, we have an error which is basically that this is a library math.dart which we have to import. Click on this bulb icon and import dart :math library, and it will be imported like this. Okay, next we have to create a variable. By using this random variable, we will get the next integer and we will pass 10. This means that we can get random values within this 10 every next time we call this function. So if you want to get random values from 100, you can pass 100 here, and then we are going to return this random number in here. And now let's pass this random number inside our text. So how we call any function inside a string or inside a text? So we have to write a $sign and then curly brackets. Now in these curly brackets, basically this is called the concatenation. We can call our function here, and that's it. You can see we simply call our function using a dollar sign and a curly brackets. Okay, now let's try to run our application and let's see how it's look like. Okay, in here you can see our application is running and we got a random value which is 59. Okay, now in here you can see I write 3 lines, so this is not a good practice in coding. Good code is always a small and a simple code. So for that, let's try to add a return, and this time I am going to directly call this random function dot next int in here and again pass this 100, and that's it. Let's delete this. Okay, now let's try to run our application. Let's see what will happen. And this time you can see we get another random value, which means our code is working. So that's it for this tutorial. This was a very simple and very useful tutorial. So now let's quickly have a recap of our section 1, what we learned. The first video was the overview video. Then we started with the installation of Flutter, and after Flutter installation we also learned how many types of errors can be occurred while installing the Flutter, and I also add a link in the description of that video from where you can find solution to any type of error while installing the Flutter. After that we created our first Flutter project. In the first Flutter project we learn how to create a Flutter project, what is the structure of the Flutter, how Flutter works, and we also learn how this main and the run app works, how our application run basically, and then we cover the basic and the very useful widgets, which are the text widget, scaffold, material app, Appbar, center. These are the widgets we covered, and then we learn how to create the classes, how to organize our code, and at the last we also learn how to add some logic inside our application. So that's it for this video. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to like and subscribe. To start our section 2, in which we are going to explore core widgets in the Flutter, as Flutter contains lots and lots of widgets. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to create our first video, which is the overview video of this section. In this video we are going to talk about the widgets, types of widgets, and what are the widgets that we are going to learn in upcoming videos. So let's get started. First thing is, as in our previous videos we learned that everything in a Flutter is a widget. So the first thing is, what is a widget? Widget is basically a user interface, not the backend, not anything related to database, but it's only a user interface. So when I say that in Flutter almost everything is a widget, then almost means I'm talking about the user interface, like starting from material app, Appbar, text, center, row, column, table, navigation drawer, bottom drawer, and things like that are the widgets in Flutter. So when we as a whole see our application, that application is a combination of widgets. So from top to bottom, from left to right, we have widgets. So that's why I keep on saying that in Flutter almost everything is a widget. So how many types of the widgets? We don't have any specific type of distribution, so I normally divide these widgets in display widgets and the layout widgets. Display widgets like text widget, text pan, text.rich, image, icon, buttons, cards, these things that help us to display our content are the display widgets, and then the very useful widgets are the layout widgets, and these contains center, container, row, column, table, list view, expanded, position, stack, padding, and much more. These are the layout widgets which help us to draw layout of our application. Okay, and in our upcoming videos of section 2, we will start with the image. We will learn how to create image, icon, then we will create a button, which is the elevated button. Then we will move to Appbar. Our Appbar will contain leading icon, text widget, and action buttons or icon buttons. Then from the Appbar we will move to scaffold, as we learned the scaffold in our previous tutorial. So to learn more about the scaffold, we will create navigation drawer in the scaffold, and we will also create a floating action button. And then we will move toward the container, card view, row, and column. And after that we are going to create the stack widget, expanded widget, position widget. So basically this section 2 will be a bit long, but a very interesting and a very important part of our Flutter basic crash course. So don't forget to miss any video. If you're new here, please don't forget to subscribe the channel and hit the bell icon to get notified about all the latest videos. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to create our second video of this section. In this video we are going to learn how to add images in Flutter. As we all know that basically we have two main methods to add image, or the two main sources to add image. The first one is the asset image, the local image from our systems, and then we have the images from the internet, files from the internet. So we add them using URL, and I'm going to talk about both assets as well as network images. So let's get started. Open Android Studio. Okay, let's quickly have a recap of our section 1 in very few seconds. So first we learn how to install the Flutter on Android Studio. After installation, we learn how to create the Flutter application, and we learn what is this main function, how to use this run app and these fat arrows. Then we learn very useful and the basic core widgets of the Flutter like material app, and we divided our code for the whole application in main.dart, and then screen wise in, like you can see, a dashboard.dart, and we put scaffold and all that content, Appbar, text center specifically in our dashboard screen. So we also learn how to add logic in our code. So for this tutorial, let me just delete the previous code. Okay, inside the scaffold, I'm in the body, I'm going to add an image. So we have two main sources of image. The one is the asset image and the second one is the network image, and we again have two methods to add images from these both sources. So let's first talk about the first one, which is simply adding a widget, the image widget, and by hovering over this you can see we can add an image object, which is the image provider. We can add width, height, color, which is the background color, box fit, alignment, no repeats, and a few other options. So let's add image here. In here we can pass both asset image and network image. This is the asset image, and let me show you the network image. This is the network image. So we, in both asset image and in network image, we just have to pass the URL. So in the asset image, we need to add the image from this application. So first we have to add an image or the file inside our application. So head towards the root folder, right click on it, go to new and create a directory. Remember that I'm adding it inside the root folder, not inside the lib folder, and I'm going to name it images. Okay, now to add that image, in here I have the image. I'm going to copy this, head toward the Android Studio, and I'm going to paste it inside the images. Click OK to add, and the image has been added. Double click on it and its image is here. Now the image has been added inside our project, but it's not declared inside the code to use it in our project. So head towards this pubspec.yaml file, and in here we have to search for assets. These are commented, we have to uncomment it. Okay, you just have to remember while adding the assets that assets should be having two spaces right after this Flutter. You can see Flutter is having no space. This is called indentation, and right below the Flutter we have 1 and 2 spaces for the assets, and same for the images, 1 and 2. Then we have the minus sign or the dash, and then we have 1 space here, and then the path of our image. So in my case we have images. Let me change the name here. Once added, click on this pub.get. Once it's finished, go to dart analysis, and you can see we don't have any error or the warning sign that image is not found. If you see any message here which is saying that images, there is no such image found. For example, I'm going to add a name which we don't have any image, and you can see with the asset image coding with T does not exist. So make sure that you have the right name entered for your image, and also there must not be any backspace here. It should start with the images folder should inside this root folder. So now I am going to copy this one, head back to the dashboard, and in here I am going to paste my image, and at the top you can see our pubspec.yaml file has been changed. So to get the latest dependencies, click on it, and it has been loaded. Let's run the application to see our image, and you can see we have our image displayed here. So there is one more method to use the image. So first let me use the network image. Now inside I have to pass the URL instead of the local URL. I just got this URL from the internet. Save our application. Okay, now our code has been aligned. Now inside this image, let me add a width property. For example, we want to make a specific width. We can add a width like this. We have a height property. We can give it in doubles. We can also add a fit property. We can use this fit property with the box fit dot. We have a few options. We have cover, fill height, fit height, contain. So let's try contain here, and you can see the image has been changed. Now let's try a cover, and you can see by this way we can change the values of the images of our screens. We can use these properties for network image, for the asset image, and we have one more way to add the image, which is image.asset, and in here we don't have to declare anything, but we directly declare the path of the image. As you can see, we said go to the image and call the asset. So instead of this asset, same way we can call the network as well. So this is a quick and the short way to add images. And in here let's pass the asset, run the application, and you can see our image has been loaded. And by same things we can paste here as well, like height, pass the height 300. We can also use fit, make it box fit dot contain, run the application. Okay, in here you can see we have a very simple and a very clear problem, that using this image.asset over this, and you can see we cannot add shadow to our image. We cannot change the shape of this image. So how we can change the shape or the shadow of the image? In this tutorial, basically what we learned is how we can add image in our Flutter application. So we also try to learn that how we can simply design the image as well by using height, width, fit, alignment, direction as well. In our next video, using container, we are going to add shadow to the image. We are going to add shape to the image. It will be circle, it will be rectangle, and we will try to make our image more beautiful, or we can try to create our profile image like with the shadow, with the circle around it, with the radius, border, etc. using a container. And we will also learn more features about the container in the next video, as container is a very useful widget in our Flutter app development. So I hope you learned something new. If you learned something, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it. Again, thank you for watching. Take care. Allah Hafiz. We are inside the section 2, and we are about to create our third video, which is to add icons in the Flutter. Basically there are two types of icons that we are going to talk about. The first ones are the default icons that Material or the Flutter provides, which are the material icons, and the second one are the font awesome icons. These icons basically are not by default added in the Flutter, so we will add a dependency, and then we will learn how to use these font awesome icons. And also we are going to talk about the Flutter icon button. So let's get started with the project. Open Android Studio, and we are inside the project we created for this course. So we learn how to create all these things, and specifically for the previous tutorial we learn how to add these images in the project and also added it in the pubspec.yml. So let me just remove the code. So far I consider that you know about this scaffold and also the stateless widgets, how we divide our code in the dashboard. If you still don't know, please watch the previous videos. It's just a matter of few minutes. So okay, let's get started with the icon. So for the icon, as we have to pass the widget to the body, so it can be anything. So for now I'm pasting this icon widget. For this icon widget, you just have to remember one thing, that it's not end with the s, it's a singular, it's not plural. So when I'm going to talk about this icon, this means that this is a widget, and now inside this widget we have to pass either material icons or the font awesome icons. So let me first pass the material icons because they are by default added in the project. So for the material icons, you just have to write icons with the s dot, and in here we can select our own icon. And for this tutorial, let's just select this one, and we have few other properties specifically for this icon widget. So add a comma in here. To check all the properties, you can press Ctrl space, and you can see all the properties listed which are not yet added in the project. So let me add a size of the icon. Android. Let's again press Control Space. Let's add a color. We know how to add a color. It's colors dot light green accent, and also let me add background color to our application in the scaffold. And also to align your code, press Ctrl Alt L and it will format our code like this. And remember, if you don't have any commas at the end and you try to align the code, and it will align like this, so make sure you have comma at the end of every bracket. Again press it and it will be aligned like this. Okay, now let's try to run the application, and in here you can see we have an icon added. It's right there. Now we have to make it a center. And also here's a quick tip that if we want to wrap any widget inside another widget we forgot to add previously, so how we can wrap it. For example, I want to add center widget and wrap this icon inside the center. So I will not write center and then cut and copy paste it inside it. So to do that, you can just click on this widget, press Alt Enter, and we will have these few options. You can also click on this bulb icon, and one more method is right click on this icon and click on this show context actions, and it will bring up this container and with the beautiful options. So let's say I want to wrap it with the center, Alt Enter and wrap it with center. And if you don't have any widget which you want to wrap, click on this widget and change the name of the widget. So I'm going to wrap it with the center. You can see it's added a child here and wrap it inside this center. Save our project and our icon is in the center. Now what if we want to make it a clickable? So to make this icon clickable we need icon button. So to add the icon button, let's again click on this icon. I'm going to press Alt Enter, and this time I don't have any icon button widget, so click on this wrap with widget, and I'm going to add icon button widget, and it instead of this child it has the icon property. And also inside this icon widget we have to add, as it's a button, so this error is because we did not add the on press property. So we just have to declare on press property. This is a function, and inside this function we are not going to pass anything, so let it be empty for now. Okay, as you can see our application is running, and when I'm going to press this, you can see a clickable is at the center of the screen, but our icon is not inside that clickable. It's because we have added a size and the color to this icon but not to icon button. So let me just cut it from this icon. When we are using the icon button, we have to add size and the color to icon button, which is the recommended. Let's paste it here, change the size to icon size, and now let's try to save our application. And you can see that icon has been changed, and when I'm going to click on it, you can see it's right in the middle. And we can also do much more things with the icon button. For example, again press Ctrl Space and we will have a list of options that we can do with this icon button. Let's add a splash color. Let's try to run the application, and now this time you can see it's more white when I'm trying to click on my icon. And also we have a highlight color. Let's run it, and this time you can see when I'm going to click on this it become red. So these are the options that we can do with this icon button. Now we learned icon button and icon, which is the material design. So now what if we want to change it to font awesome icons? So minimize it, head towards the pubspec.yaml, and in here let me quickly remove all these comments. Okay, now inside this pubspec.yaml we have to add a dependency which is the font awesome flutter. So to add the dependency we have two methods. The first one is open your website, and this is the pub.dev package that we have to add in our application. So the first thing is head towards this installation and simply copy this one, open your pubspec.yaml file in the Android Studio and paste it right there, right below this flutter inside the dependencies. Make sure that you have two spaces after the dependencies, under the dependencies, like same way Cupertino icons have been added. So this is the one way. So for example, I want to add this font awesome flutter using the terminals. You can use both techniques. So in here we have to write flutter pub add, and next we have to paste the dependency that we want to add in the project. Hit enter and it's downloading Font Awesome. Change one dependency and you can see on the top it's added. So this is how we add any dependency inside our project. So click on this pub-get, minimize this, head toward the dashboard. So for example, this icon button now requires a widget, which is the icon widget. So we pass the icon widget. Now inside, what we want to add is either a material icon or the Font Awesome icon. So for this time I am going to add Font Awesome icons. This was the material icons, you remember, and now let me add Font Awesome icons dot. This is a list of icons that we can add using the Font Awesome icons. So let's just select one, which is boxes maybe. Let's run the code, and in here you can see that we have a cross sign in a box. This means that our icon or the Font Awesome icon didn't load. So how we can do that? We just have to stop our application here, head towards the tools, go to Flutter and clean the Flutter first, because Flutter mostly load data from the cache, so we don't want to load it from the cache. So once we clean our data, you will see a bunch of errors. Don't have to panic. Again go to tools, Flutter, and click on Flutter pub-get, and it is going to add the refresh dependencies and data. So our errors are gone. We have the new dependencies. Now let's run the application again. Okay, here we have to wait a bit because on the first install Flutter takes a bit of time. Okay, so our application is running and you can see the icon with the same click effect. Everything is working very fine. Let me change the size of the icon, and you can see we changed the icon. It still have this click effect and all the functions of this icon button is working. And also we can still add the properties of this widget, which is the icon widget. So it don't have any concern with which icon we are using, either it's material, either it's Font Awesome or any other, or we can also use the custom widgets using the fonts properties. We will cover in our next section. Today we are going to learn how to create a container inside Flutter. As in my previous videos I talked about container a lot, and now it's the time that we are creating a container. Basically why I talked too much about the container, because it's very useful and very helpful in creating our layouts. Container can contain multiple widgets inside its area, inside its boundary, and also we can easily add paddings, margin, border, shadow, and lot of things that we mostly require while creating our applications. And as it's a layout widget, it helps us to beautifully align our lot of widgets. Without wasting time, let's get started. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to create the fourth video of this section. To create a container, let's open our Android Studio, and we are inside the project we created in our section 1. If you are new, please watch the previous videos. Link is down below in the description and also on the right top corner. So head towards the dashboard. As you guys know that we learn how to add icons in the Flutter project. In our previous videos we use Font Awesome icons and the material design icons, and we also learn how to add icon button. So in this tutorial let's just remove this code. Now we are inside the scaffold and we have nothing inside the body. So let me just create a text, add style to the text. Okay, as you can see I just added a text which is saying that it's boring, and also you can see I set the style of the text. If you don't know how to create a text widget or the scaffold and what is this background, let me just remove this background as well, and let's run the application. And inside the application you can see that we have a simple white screen with the text written boring. So let's see how we can improve our text. Let's first wrap it with a container. So to wrap the text in the container we learned in our previous video, we just have to press Alt Enter and we will wrap it with the container. Let's see if anything changes. Nothing changed. Now in here let's just add a background color. To add a background color we have to write color only, so this color goes to background. Let's save this, and this time you can see a gray background. The blue gray background has been added, so it's still a boring text. We can add width and height of this container. Let's add a width, and same we will add a height. You can see these are just double values, so it's a best practice that you always add a double value no matter if it's 0 or not. So let's see how it's look like. Now you can see the size of our Flutter has been increased, but our text is still on the top left corner. So we also have a padding here. So to add a padding or the margin inside the Flutter, we have a very beautiful and very useful simple edge insects. These are going to deal with our edges, to add spaces to our edges. We have three main options here. We have 4 to 5 options, but three main options. The first one is all. This all is going to add padding to all the sides of the container. For example, I'm going to give 20.0 and save it. You can see it's added spacing to all the sides. So what if we want to add space to the left, to the right, to the bottom? So for that we have only, and in the only, when I'm going to press control space, you can see we have top, bottom, left, right, and same we will pass double values. And one more is symmetric. This is, you can see, a vertical, and let me just add it, press control space, and we have vertical and horizontal options. So it will cover x-axis and the y-axis, top, bottom, and left, right. So by this way we can add spacing. So let's make it 20 now. You can see the space. We also have a margin here, and we will add the margin using same technique, and you can see the margin has been added. Now what if we want to align our text to some other position? So we also have a very beautiful property here, which is the alignment. This alignment is not the alignment of the container, but the child of the container, which is currently a text. So let's say we have alignment dot, we have bunch of options, top center, bottom center. You can see all the options are listed here. So let's say we want to go for the bottom center. Save the code, and you can see the text is in the bottom. For example, we want to make it center left, it's on the center left, and also to top right. And by this way we can change the alignment of our child inside the containers. And next also we have a constraints property. So what this constraints is going to do, add extra width and height using few properties. So go for the box constraints, and we can add these brackets, and inside you can see we have minimum and maximum height and width. And we can also add expand, loose, tight, tight for, and you will have to pass these values, and it will work accordingly. This time we don't need these constraints. These are like width and height. Okay, now in here press control space, and you can see the properties, but there is no property saying that how we can add border radius, how we can add shadow, border, and bunch of things. So how we can do that? So we have a decoration widget which covers all the questions. So in here we have to write box decoration, hit enter. Now inside this box decoration you can see we have a border radius, we have a shape, color, image, border, box shadow, gradient. So all these options are inside this box decoration. So for example, we want to make this container a bit more interested and also put this text in the center. To add the border radius, we have border radius dot, you can see we have only circular, again it's top left and radius like that. So let's make it circular. Let's run, and you can see an error or a red screen, which is basically saying that we cannot use color property and also the box decoration side by side. So inside the container, if we want to use this color, then we cannot use this box decoration, but we want to add color to the container. So inside this box decoration we have to paste color right here, not inside the container. If we are using the box decoration, then color should be inside this. I don't know the reason, but it's how it is. Let's save the code, and now you can see that we have border radius on the edges of our container, and also the text is in the center. Let's add a bit more margin, and it's looking elegant now, so it's a less boring. Okay, next let's try to add a border. To add a border, we have simple border dot, again we have all symmetric from border side. Let's add all, and in here we don't have to just pass the value of the border, but we have a few options: control space, we have color, style and width. So let's start with the color. To add a color to the border, gray color has been added, but it's not that much visible. Let's add width 6.0. Let's save it, and you can see that we have a border for our container. So what if we want to change the shape of the container? We want to add profile picture maybe. So how we can do that? Using this container only, we don't need to add anything else. So using this container, let me just show you. Control space, and you can see we have a shape option, and for the shape we have to go for the box shape dot circular, and it is going to give us the error. Let's run it, and you can see as usual the error is here because we cannot use this border radius and shape side by side. So click on this border radius to comment or uncomment a single line. You just have to press control and backslash. It is going to comment that line. Let's save the code, and you can see that our container is now in a circular shape. Okay, now to create a profile picture, let's add image. So to add image, we basically learn how to add image in the Flutter. So in here, you know that we are going to add the image widget. No, we are not going to add simply an image widget, as it's a box decoration. So we will add decoration image. Write this one. Now inside this, we have to pass the image object, and now this is the image that we learned, which is, let's say, asset image or network image, whichever you like to add. Let me quickly add the image here, and in here you can see our image has been added. So let's say we don't want text child. Let's run it, and you can see that our profile picture is ready. Next thing we want to add, we want to learn how to add a shadow. So add a box shadow, go for, now let's just hover over this box shadow. You can see we have a list of box shadows. This means that we can add multiple box shadows. So we cannot give only a box shadow right here. You can see it's going to give an error. So how we can do that? We have to create this array, these angular brackets. Now inside these brackets we can create box shadows, as simple as this. Now inside this box shadow we have few properties. We can set color to this box shadow, and after selecting a color you can select the shade of that color as well. So it's up to you. You can set with opacity, with alpha, blue, green, and bunch of options. Let's select the shade. Then let's add a blur radius, make it 7. Let's add a spread radius 5. Then we have this offset. This is basically the location. We can give the offset like this. One is the x-axis and one is the y-axis. Now let's see if we have any shadow. Maybe this color is bit more light, and you can see that shadow is there. Let's just change the color here. So this is basically how we can change the colors and the box shadow. We also learn how to add a border. We also learn how to add image, shape, color. We can add a border radius, but we are not going to add that now. So we can also add gradients. This was for the box decoration. So next we have constraints. We have color, because we cannot use them, we are using width and height. Color is useless because we used color inside the box decoration. Then we have a child widget. Then clip behavior we will learn in our upcoming videos. Foreground decoration is same like the box decoration. We are going to create 3 types of buttons. The first one is the elevated button. Then we are going to talk about outline button and the text button. In Flutter we have multiple types of buttons, like we learned how to add the icon button in our previous videos about the icons. You can get the link down below in the description or from the right top corner. So we are not going to talk about that button again. So we are going to cover these 3 basic buttons. This video is going to be very useful because we have to use these types of buttons in our applications, in our almost every application. So let's get started. We are in section 2 and we are about to create the 5th video of this section. Open Android Studio, and we are inside the project we created in our previous tutorials. If you are new to this playlist, please watch the previous videos. Link is down below in the description or from the right top corner. So let's get started. Head towards the dashboard, and in here you can see that we created a container in our previous tutorial. So we are not going to remove this code. So instead of calling this dashboard in here in the material app, let's go to screens. Inside the lib we created screens and create a new file. Let's say this time it's home.dart, and in here we know that we have to create material.dart package, and then to create a stateless widget we have stl. This is a stateless shortcut. Hit enter and give it a name. I'm going to give it a home name. In here you can see it's being returning a container. So first go to home main.dart and change this dashboard to home. Hit enter and it is going to add this package for us. And if it is not going to add the package, you just need screens/home.dart. so head towards the home.dart. Let's just add a scaffold, and inside the scaffold we know that as a child, and with the semicolon, as a child we have a body of the whole screen which is home screen, and as a body let me just add center. So this center is currently covering the whole area of the screen, so whatever will be in the center will be actually at the center of the screen. So as a child I am going to pass elevated button. So this is the first button with the elevation and the background by default. This error is because we have two missing features that are required by this button. Over this, and you can see the first one is child which is required and the on pressed which is required. So we can also see that this required is here, which is on pressed, and also required for the child widget. So we will create it. Press Ctrl space. The first one is child. To create a child is basically whatever will be inside this button. So for this tutorial, make it simple text. Let's begin. And another required property is on pressed. So to create an empty function, we just have to pass first the brackets of the function and then what will be inside this function. So it's empty. Make it simple. Now let's see how our button looks like. Let's run the application, and you can see that our button has been created with a let's begin property. Okay, now next inside this button, press Ctrl space, we have a style property, and also you can see at the bottom we have on long press, which is going to get the long press of the user. I think it's about 3 seconds, I'm not sure. We'll talk about that in our upcoming videos. So go for the style. Now inside this style we have elevated button style. So to create that style, elevated button dot style from, and inside you can see at the top we have bunch of options, and also by pressing Ctrl space you can see the list of options that we are going to talk about. So let's get started with the padding here. To increase the padding of our system, so we know how to add paddings and margins using edgeinsects.all. I'm going to make it 20 in double. Save it. You can see the size of the button increase, and also now we want to make the width of the button a little bigger. So how we can do that? We have a size here which is fixed size, and we can give that fixed size using this size property. So we have two features of the size. The one is width comma height, and if we only want to give the width, we also have size dot from width, from height, copy some other resources from radius, etc. So let's give width and height to both. Height, so make it 80, and then we have width. Let's make it, sorry, the first one is width actually. So let's say we want 300 in width and 80 in height. Let's save the code, and you can see that our button has increased actually. Now further, to see the text more clearly, we have text style which is going to enhance the text of this button. So as a text style we have text style property. Now inside this text style we previously learned in our first Flutter app that how we can deal with all these things. So for this I am going to just enhance the size 25, and I'm going to make it font weight a bit bold, and you can see that our text is a bit bigger and clear. The next thing that we want to change is we want to change the background of our button. So let's say we have not inside this text style but inside this elevated button style from. Let me turn this text style into one line by removing this comma. Press Ctrl Alt L, and you can see it's in single line. Now let's say we next want to change the background color. So in here we don't have color or the background color property. For that we have a primary property. This is actually a colors dot. Let's say we want to add yellow color to our button. As you can see that we added yellow background to our button, but in here you can see that our text is not visible. Now what we want to change is on primary, because it means whatever is on the primary, means whatever is on this yellow color, now it's going to be black, and you can see that our text is now black. The next thing is we want to enhance this button or to give shadow to this button. So for that we first have to give elevation. Let's say I'm going to elevation of 15, and you can see that elevation has been added. Now for example we want to change the shadow color, so we also have a shadow color property, and let's give it a yellow. It is going to look ugly, but that's how we change the shadow color. Next, let's say we want to add border to our button. So to add a side property we have border side, and inside you can see we have three options, sorry, not colors. The first one is going to be color of the border. Let's make it black. Then we have width. Let's say we want 2 doubles, and also border style is by default solid. So let's save the code, and you can see that border has been added to our button. The next thing we want to change alignment of this text. Let's say we don't want the text to be center, so by default it's center, and for that we have alignment not x and y dot. We have bunch of options here. Let's say we want to make it the bottom center at the missing comma. Let's save the code, and you can see that it's now on the bottom center. So using this property alignment, we also talked in our previous videos in detail that how we can align to all the sides or to any side which we want, for example top left. So by this way we can add alignment. Let's just comment it using control backslash. Now the next thing that we want to add is, for example, we want to change the shape of our button. So we have a shape property here as well, which is going to give our borders a bit more round. For example, we want a circular border, so for the shape we have circle border, and in here we don't have to pass anything. Save the code, and you can see that our radius has been shrunk down to circle. So in here we definitely not going to pass the text, so instead we can pass icon here. This is how we add the icons, and you can see that our icon button has been added. So basically we created this elevated button to icon button. So head back. Okay, now we can change this circle border to rectangle border. We have rounded rectangle border, bevel rectangle border, continuous rectangle border. So let's say go for the rounded rectangle border. You can see there's no change. In here we have to add this border radius, and the change will be immediately we can see. And we also have side, which is going to basically add side, same like that we have added here. So I'm not going to go in detail. So by this way we can change. And we also have this stadium border, which is very sweet, I guess. Save the code, and it is going to turn that corners or the edges of that button to a stadium shape, I guess. So that's how we can change to circle border, to rectangle border, to stadium border. Now let's say we want to add icon inside our button. How we can do that? Next to this elevated button we have this icon property, and now this child is giving an error because we cannot add child here in the dot icon property. Comment it. Now what is required inside this control space, and you can see two new options. One is the icon and one is label. So first let's add the icon here, and again I'm going to add this card here as an icon, and next we have label as a text. Copy this one and paste it here. Let's save the code, and you can see that we have added successfully icon to our button. For example, you want to, because we already cover almost all the properties of this elevated button, how we can change that icon towards the right side. For example, we want that icon to the right side of this let's begin. So how we can do that? We cannot directly add that in the elevated button icon. Basically, to move that icon to the right side, we have two major options. Using this dot icon property, we have to wrap it, add a widget and search for directionality, and inside this widget we have this text direction, and we will change that text direction to text direction dot right to left, save it, and now you can see that it's basically going to switch the places. Icon is now on the right side, and this is the one way that we can do. For example, you don't want to add this directionality, let's remove it. So for that you also have to remove this dot icon because we don't need this. Comment it, enable this child. Now as this child, we are not going to pass the text here, we are going to create a row here. Because you did not learn how to create a row, I'm not going to teach you because the next video is typically about the row and the column. So let's say I'm going to create a row has multiple children's. Inside this we want to first add, let me copy it, first children is the text and the second children is this icon. Let's save the code, and you can see that row starts from the most left side and it is covering, basically it's covering the whole space because row starts from left to right. So the text and the icon is at the left. So let's say we want to make this anything in the row is at the center. So again, you don't have to get confused about this row because we will talk in detail about the row in next video. So main axis alignment about the row is axis alignment dot center. Whatever is in the row, make it center. So by this way we can add icon, text, whatever we want to add in the child inside the button. So okay, now let's jump towards our second button, which is the outline button. Add the outline button. I'm going to save it and you will see no change. Exactly no change because I have already added the primary color, comment it, and elevation we have to comment it. You can see that border is right there. If you want to remove that border, it's your choice, but by default you will see a border, a very light border as an outline button border. So we don't have to add all these properties for this outline button, it will be added by default. So that's why I'm using this style from. These all properties are valid for the outline button, and same way we can use text button. Let's save it, and you can see that those borders basically given by default are also gone. This is the maximum difference of these three buttons. Now you can see that we have this little ripple effect here for the button. So this is basically a text button. We are going to remove this style from here. Let's cut it, let's save the code, and you can see that we have by default the text button like this. So let's add it back. Now for example, we want to make that button disabled at the very end, the last topic. So in the on press we are not going to pass the function, actually we are going to pass null, and this null is going to disable the button for us. And you can see that button color has been changed. Now let's change that button to elevated button, save the code, and you can see that we cannot press it. Basically it don't have any ripple effect or the ink effect, and this means that this button or the text button or the outline button is disabled. So that's how we disabled anything in Flutter. So at the end, I hope you learned something new, and if you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Basically the app bar in the Flutter has three major portions. The first one is on the left side, which is the leading icon, or most of the time this icon has been used for the menu button. Then we have a text section, and mostly it contains a text of the or title of the application or title of the screen. And then the third section is the bunch of action buttons. It could be search button, add to cart button, or menu button. So it depends on the application. So without wasting time, let's get started. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to create the 6th video of this section. If you didn't watch previous videos, I suggest you to please watch previous videos first. So let's get started with today's tutorial. Open Android Studio and we are inside the project we created in our previous tutorials, and in here I just created a body with the center and it has a bunch of text. Let's run the application and you can see right on your screen we have just simple text with no app bar. Okay, let's go to Scaffold to create the app bar. We know we have an app bar here. To create app bar we just have to call this app bar, and now inside we have a bunch of properties. To find the properties, press Control space and we have a list of properties that we can deal with. So let's first start with our major three portions. The first one is the leading icon or the leading property. When we hover over this, we can see that it requires a widget. So it could be any widget. It is not necessary to pass only icon here, but we will follow the norm. We are going to create icon here. We know how to create icons. I am just going to add menu icon. Then we are going to cover title, which is the center portion, and again when we hover over this title you can see it also requires a widget. So this means that it can contain anything but text. So for this tutorial I'm just passing text here. Then we have the third section, which is actions, and now inside the square brackets we have to pass 3 actions. It's not necessary to pass the 3 actions. You can pass 1, 2, 3. Even if you don't want to pass, then you don't have to create this actions as well. Our app bar still works. Let me save the code. You can see that we have primary by default app bar with a blue background, home and a menu icon. So we don't have any action button here. Okay, before going to add any actions, let me just convert this icon to icon button. As on the screen you can see when I am going to click, it's not clickable. So to make icon clickable we have to create icon button. We already learned in our previous tutorial. And in the icon button we first have to pass icon and we also have to pass on pressed. And in here we have to call icon, and inside our icon widget we will add icons.menu. Right, let's just copy this icon button, and in the action let me paste this icon button and press Ctrl D to duplicate. Change this to search icon. Let's save the code, and you can see that we have clickable search and a cart icon, and we can the same way create our third action button as well. Press Ctrl D to duplicate. Let's say it's a menu book. It could be any icon. So as you can see we have 3 action buttons. We have the leading icon and a home parameter. So this was for the very 3 basic portions. So now we are going to move towards the property of this app bar. First and foremost, you can see that we have elevation or a little shadow behind our app bar, so we can increase our shadow. Let's save it. You can see the shadow has been increased, and also we can remove the shadow by putting elevation to 0, and our shadow is gone. Now we can also add some space from the left side of this home or the title. So we have title spacing. Let's make it 20.0. Save the code, and you can see that it's moved a bit. Let's make it 40, and it shifted a lot. And also if we want to put our title in the center, so remove this and we have center title. Make it true. Save the code, and we have our title in the center, but because we are using 3 action buttons and it's looking a bit ugly here, let's just comment it. Save the code, and now it's looking a bit appropriate. Okay, next to center title, what if we want to change the background? So we have a background color property and we know how to add colors. It's colors dot, let's say I want to add purple here. Save the code, and you can see that background of the application has been changed. Also we can go with the opacity. So purple dot with opacity, and let's pass 0.7. Save the code, and you can see that opacity is there. Next to background color we can also add shape property, which is very important while creating app bar. So to add a shape, let's say we want to add rounded rectangle border. Inside this we have border radius, and to give it border radius dot vertical, as we want to give border to our bottom only. So you can see we have top, radius top here and radius bottom here, by default at 0. Let me give it bottom, it will be radius dot circular, because we want to make it a circular, and let's say 20 radius maybe. Let's save, and you can see that radius has been added. So after shape, what if we want our screen to cover behind the app bar, because screen starts below this app bar. So we now want this app bar to be a bit transparent, and our screen should be covering the whole screen, also behind the app bar. So for that, go to scaffold, and we have a property extend body behind app bar. We have to make it true. And now when we save the code, you can see the text has been jumped a bit higher, because now it's covering the whole screen. After shape, we have a property called flexible space, and this flexible space is the space behind the app bar which is going to add any widget. Hover over this flexible space, and you can see it's currently containing a widget. So I am going to pass image here. We know how to create images or how to pass images, and it is network image. And you can see that we have image, but it's not clearly visible. So inside this, we have to paste fit property inside the image. Control Alt L to align the code, and let's save it. You can see that image has been added, but it's not clearly visible because it was already purple image. Sorry for that, but this is how we can add image behind our app bar. We can use shape, we can add colors, elevation. Also in here, that one thing to be noted, that shape is not working when I have added this flexible space, because it is going to cover the whole area behind the app bar, and that's how it is going to add image behind it. So that's it for this tutorial. I hope you learned something new, and if you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please subscribe it, because more amazing videos are coming on the way. This is just a Flutter basic crash course. I know basic crash course are boring. Most of the time people don't like to follow each and every video. So if you really want to learn something, please follow one series, as I talked in my previous videos. So at the end of the series, any series, you will be able to create something that is valuable to the market. So again, thank you for watching. How to create rows and columns. We are basically going to talk about the layout widgets in Flutter. As you can see on your screen, row contains its children's or its elements in the horizontal direction from left to right. So its main axis is horizontal axis, and its cross axis is the vertical axis, and vice versa goes for the column. Column contains its children's or the elements in top to bottom direction, and so that's why its main axis is opposite to the row, which is the vertical. So its cross axis will be the horizontal, opposite to row as well. So this is what we have to keep in mind while aligning the elements inside row and column. So let's get started. As you can see, we are in section 2, and we are about to create the 7th video of this tutorial, and also we are going to cover the 8th video, which is the expanded widget, because we need to use expanded widget while creating or while addressing some of the issues of rows and columns. So that's why I decided to use expanded inside this video. So this video is going to be very interesting. Watch till end, because we are going to use expanded widget at the end of this video. So let's get started. Open Android Studio, and we are inside the project we created in our previous tutorials. In the previous tutorial, we learned how to add app bar, as you can see on your screen. So let me just quickly sort out this app bar. Okay, so we have rows and columns as a title in the app bar, and we have a simple container in the body. So in here we are going to start coding of our rows and columns. Let me just run the application. Okay, you can see our application is running with a simple app bar with a title and an empty body. Okay, now inside the container, we have to create a row. We need a child of this container, and let me add a row widget here by simply writing row. We have a row widget ready. So inside this row we can add multiple childrens. So instead of writing a simple child, we have multiple childrens because it's a layout widget, and most of the layout widgets contains multiple childrens. So this is how we write children with the square brackets. So now inside this children we can add any widget. So let's say first add the icon widget. In here you can see I have created a simple icon widget. Let's save the code, and you can see a simple icon on the top left corner. So our first row has been created with a simple one widget. So let me just press Ctrl D to duplicate it 2 times. I have changed these icons, and you can see we have 3 icons placed in a horizontal direction because row placed their icons or its children in a horizontal direction. So what if we want to make it as a menu? We want to place them maybe on the right side, maybe in the center. So how we can do that inside the row? So above this children, go to the row, and you can see we have main axis as we talked. So it's a main axis alignment. So we will go for main axis alignment dot. You can see we can place children of this row in multiple locations, in the center, in the end, space evenly, space between. By default they are at the start, and we also have a bunch of other options. So let's say we want to place them in the center. Save the code. You can see they are center. Then we can place them at the end, and also in here you can see we have 3 options saying space evenly, space between, and space around. So let's say we are going for the space between. This is going to add space between the icons, not on the side of the icons. Save the code, and you can see that now children of the row have all the space between them, not on the sides. If we try space around, so this is not going to add space between the icons but around the icons. You can see we have the space around the icons. And now if we want to go for space evenly, it is going to add even space to all the sides of the icons. So this is how we place the alignment of our row. And currently, because the row is only covering the size of the icon, so its cross axis alignment is not going to work. Dot, let's say we want to place them at the end. Save it. They are not going to go at the end of the screen because let me add background color of the container so we know what's happening. And now you can see that currently this container is only covering the available space or the maximum space contained by an icon. So it cannot go vertically somewhere, so we cannot deal with the cross axis alignment yet. So don't worry about it, just remove this for now. Okay, now what if we want to add text to all these icons because we want to create a replica of a menu or the bottom application bar for the learning purpose? So how we can do that? So we cannot add any child to this icon. How we are going to add a text below this icon? Now in here I am going to add column. For that we have a column widget, and as it contains multiple children, so it has a similar property, children's. Now inside this children, let me just cut this icon, paste it here, and also next to it I am going to add a text, simple text, add a comma. Let's save it, and you can see that we have a simple icon and a simple text, but as they are placed in a column, so they are placing vertically. So let me just do it all for all these icons. Just save the code, and you can see that we have 3 icons. Now you can see that we have a single row, and this row contains 3 columns, and columns are placing their elements vertically. What if we want to add? Let me just close this row here. Now we want to place elements to our whole screen because currently the row is covering only the available space, so we don't want to do this. We want more elements to add in our screen. So instead of this row, let me just wrap this row in a column. Wrap it in a column here, save the code. You can see nothing changes, and at the top of it let me create another row, and this row is going to create basically the reviews or the stars. Okay, now inside this row we have to again add children's, and in this row I am going to paste some icons here. Okay, here you can see that I have created simple 5 icons in a one row. Now we have 2 rows. The bottom one we created first, and now we are going to create this upper row which contains multiple icons for the review. Maybe let me change them to simple star icons, so few are filled and few are not filled. Let's save it, and now you can see that we have a simple nice review, but now we want to make it or place it at the center. So for this row, main axis alignment dot center, save it, and you can see that our reviews are in the center of the screen. So now we learn how to create the rows and further columns inside it, but we have one problem here. The reason I was talking about that we are going to use expanded later on in our tutorial. So now it's time to use expanded. So what's the problem inside the rows and columns? Now let me just add another row at the top of it, and now this row as its children is going to contain some images. Let me add image quickly. Okay, I have created one image, save it, and you can see that image is right there on the screen. Again, if you are new, if you don't know how to create images, how to create containers, Appbar, I suggest you to please watch the previous videos. So press Ctrl D to duplicate it 2 times and save it. Now you can see we have 3 images, and currently we don't have any error or anything suspicious. So let me just increase the width of the images. Now I just increase the width of the images. Let's save the code, and you can see stripes, yellow and the black stripes on the right side. So why these occurs? Because currently the row width of the row is less than the space required by its children's. So the last children is taking more space and it's going off the screen. So that's why our application crashes here. So how we can do that? So that's why I talked about we have a very beautiful widget which is the expanded widget. So let me just wrap this image, press Alt Enter, wrap it with the widget and its expanded widget, save the code, and now you can see that error has been gone, because the thing what expanded did is expanded basically shrinks all the size and it fits within the available space. So this is what the expanded did. So if we have the available space of 150 width, it is going to give it 150 width, and if we don't have, then it is going to expand that widget within the available space so application don't get crashed. So let me just wrap these as well in the expanded widget. Now save the code. Now you can see that it is only containing, its children's are only containing the available space, and as I put expanded to all its children's, so it is going to place evenly, or it's going to distribute all the available space evenly to all its expanded children's. Okay, now what if we don't want to give equal space to all the elements of the row or of the column? So now in this case, for example, our center image should be taken more space or the more width than rest of the images. So for that, inside this expanded we have a flex property. So when I'm going to give flex 2, by default all the expanded children's have flex 1 property, and when I'm going to give it 2, this means that this expanded children should acquire more space than others. Save it, and you can see that the center image is now acquiring double space than other expanded children's. So that's why we have that image popped up or taken more space than others, and also you can see that other images shrinked to the available space, so our application is not crashing. Same goes for the vertical column. So this is the benefit of using expanded. We can provide more space to other properties. For example, let me give more space to the one at the end, and you can see that we created another type of effect. I guess you learned something new. If you have any question about rows and columns, about expanded, you can ask me down below in the comments. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it. How to create list view in Flutter. This video is going to be very important because in our upcoming videos and most of the time in our tutorials we will be using list view and list style that we are going to cover in today's tutorial. So basically there are two ways to use list view. The one is the static list view that we are going to talk about in this video, and then we have a dynamic list view which we will see in our next video. So let's get started with today's tutorial. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to create the 9th video of this section, which is the list view, and I will divide this video into two portions. The first one is going to be very simple but very useful to cover the basics of list view using a static method, and then in the second portion we will talk about the dynamic list view, which is ListView.builder. So let's get started. Open Android Studio. In here you can see that we are inside the project we created in our previous tutorials. Okay, now in today's tutorial, inside the scaffold we are not going to cover this Appbar. So simply we have a body with a container, and also let me remove this column. Now inside this child, let's create a list view. This is a widget, simply a list view widget. This widget is also a layout widget, as we talked about the layout widgets in our previous tutorial about rows and columns, and also we see how we place elements in the expanded. So this is again a layout widget. Row and column does not provide us facility of scroll view, so they don't have any scroll physics facility. So whenever we need scroll either horizontal or vertical, we can easily use list view, and list view is basically a layout widget. Okay, inside this list view, simply like other layout widgets, we have a children property, and now inside this children we can add multiple widgets, same like rows and columns. So for the list view, let me just add list style here. This list style contains bunch of properties, like we have a leading icon. So at first let me add some icon. Okay, now let's run the application. You can see a simple icon on the top left corner. Next we can add title of the style. Title is again a widget, so we can add text or any other widget which we would like to add. Let's say its title is sales. Save it. You can see that title is there. Then we can add subtitle. Again, subtitle is a widget, so it could be any widget. Sales of the week, subtitle goes beneath it. And then we again have a trailing property which is on the right side. So trailing is again a widget. It can be icon, it can be any widget. So for example, I am again going to use text here, and you can see that trailing is showing the count of sales. So we can also use icon here. For example, icon is going to perform some actions. Add a simple plus sign, and you can see that this is how we can add these four major properties of list style. The first one is the leading. It could be icon, it could be image. Most of the time it's image, most of the time it's icon. Then we have again a title, subtitle, and trailing section of list style. So basically this list style is inside the list view, so we can add multiple list styles. Let me just copy this one, paste it 2 times. Okay, I change these values. Let's save the code, and you can see that we have 3 list styles in a list view. So this is how we add list styles and list view, but currently you can see these are not clickable. So how we can make them clickable? Simply go to the list style. Inside this list style we have another property which is the on tap property, and by this way we can make sure that on tap is added but it's doing nothing, it's null. It will return empty values. So let's run it, and inside this run you can see, and I'm going to click on this sales. You can see that anchor is equal to null, which is returning null here. So for the tutorial purpose, you can see that on tap has been enabled, so it's not enabled for customers and profit, but for sales it's enabled. So we can also have these properties: shape, tile color, hover color, content padding, and bunch others. For example, tile color is colors dot. So I have added a tile color, and we can also add, let me just wrap this icon into avatar image, show context, wrap with a widget, circle avatar, and in here we have its background color. Let's save it, and you can see that our icon is now in the center, and we can also change foreground color. And this is how we change, and this is how we create some fancy tiles and list views or the list tiles. So it depends upon your creativity. So this is how we create a list view, and a list view is containing some of list tiles. Now inside this list view, go to list view. Above the children's property, press Ctrl space to view all these properties. Item extend. So let me show this item extend. It's a double property. I am going to give it 40.0. Save it. You can see that its size has been shrink down. Now make it 100. And you can see that space has been extended. So item extend is going to enhance the space. Next we have another property which is reverse. Make it true. As list view is by default has its direction vertical, it is going to scroll upward. So when we are going to use reverse, it will scroll backwards. So again we can use its change its direction, and inside this scroll direction we have axis dot. By default it's vertical, and we are going to use it, make it horizontal, and we have reversed it true. And you can see that our first element is right here in a reverse order, then second one, and then third one. So let's say we are going to make it false as its default, and our first property is this, then we have second, and then third. This is how reverse, and this is how scroll direction its axis works. Okay, now in here you can see one small problem. The problem is that we cannot manually add all the title, all the tiles of list view, or all the elements of the list view. We currently have sales, we have customers, and we have profit. This means that we have static 3 values. We can simply give the changing figures from the database. It's good, we can use this list view. We don't have to make it dynamic, but in many cases we have to go for the dynamic values. For example, we have multiple products. For example, admin is going to add admin panel, some products from the admin panel, and we are displaying them here. So we cannot add another product which has been added in the database, but so to display that we use dynamic list view, which is the next video. So don't forget to watch that video. So let me just give you another simple example of list view quickly. Okay, now inside this list view I have created a few properties. Like you can see on your screen, I have created a simple icon, circle avatar with the text in it, and then I have created a bunch of text. So you can see that we can not only use list view for the list tile for the specific elements, but as in the children we can put anything. You can see I have created padding. Inside I have a circle avatar, then divider, then in the padding I have a text. So it depends that what I want to create. As my demand for the application was a scrollable screen, so for the scrollable screen I simply use list view as its parent. So you can see that our screen is now scrolling, which is not available or which is not possible while using the row or the column widget, the layout widget. I hope you learned something new. That's it for this tutorial. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it and hit the bell icon to get notified. This is the second video of list view. In the previous video we learned how to create list view, which is the static list view, and in today's tutorial we are going to learn ListView.builder. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to learn the 9th video and its second part, which is the list view. So let's get started. Open Android Studio, and in the previous tutorial you can see we learned how to create a list view, and inside this list view we create children's, static children's. This is the padding, then divider, then again a padding. So also we learn how to add some tiles or the list tiles. So in today's tutorial what we are going to do is we are going to use ListView.builder, because static list view is good for specific values or a few values when we know that we don't have to change. For example, we have 3 tiles we created in the previous tutorial and we know that we are not going to change them in future. So we can use this list view, as you can see on the screen, for scrollable widgets or the scrollable screen. We use list view. We don't have to use ListView.builder, but most of the cases when we are trying to fetch data from database, or products most of the cases, then we don't know that how many products that we are going to display, maybe 4 to 5 products, but from the backend admin is doing some calculations on the products. Maybe he's enabling some product, he is going to change some text on it. So in that case we cannot depend on this simple list view, but we have to use ListView.builder. So it's very simple. Let me just remove this children property. You can see we are simply inside our scaffold, and in the container we have a list view. Now we are not going to simply add children's and then add static values. Instead, inside the list view simply press .builder, and it's going to give an error because over this, in here you can see that we have a required value. We have required something and it's a function. It's returning a widget, and in the function we have to pass two variables. The one is the index variable over integer, you can see over here, and the second one is the build context. And how we can identify it, we can use it with the item builder, same like physics, false, padding. So add towards this, search for item builder, and inside remember that it's returning a widget, but as a function we have to pass it two variables. This is a shortcut to use a function. We don't have to name it here, but inside these brackets we have to pass two things. The one is the context, and the second one is integer value, which is basically index. We will talk in a few minutes. Then we have a curly brackets of a function, and we have to return some widget. Let's say for now we are returning a text widget, and you can see the error is gone. So now let's talk about the context. This context is basically we get it from the stateless widget or the stateful widget. In both cases you have a context here. So this context is basically representing our widget from the widget tree. So while creating application, you can see our widget tree is growing bigger and bigger. Using a context we can easily identify the current position of our widget. So in this case we have a ListView.builder, and then we have an index. Item builder is basically, you can take it as a for loop or any other loop. So as it's performing iteration, so to identify we are in which iteration, we have an index property like in other loops. So to understand it, for example, let's print index.toString, because the text is going to take string and this index is an integer type. So let's save the application, first run it. Okay, as you can see on your screen, our application is running, and you can see the counting starts from 0 till it's going and going. Let me just scroll it, and you can see that it's endless, it's keep on growing. So the beauty of ListView.builder is, the first thing is that we can generate as many items as we want. In this case it's I did not put any limit to it, so it's infinite. So you can see it's fast because currently it's only containing the space, or it's only showing the elements displaying on our screen. It will destroy all the elements or all the widgets which went off the screen and creates only those widgets which are currently displaying on the screen. So that's why ListView.builder is very fast than static builders. As in the previous tutorial we talked about that when we try to fetch the values from database, or we have a list of values, how we can display them. This is a function, the build context is a function, but we are inside this class, and in here we are going to create a list type, a simple list. It will be a list of string. Let's say we have a products list, and we just have to pass these curly brackets, square brackets, and then at the end, that's it. And now inside we have products name. So I have added 3 products with the comma separation, and this error is because we are currently using a variable and its constant should be removed. Now it's gone. Okay, you created these 3 lists. The first 2 are quite similar, both are string, and the last one is the list of integers. Basically these are the prices of the products. So how we can, for example, we fetch these products or product details or the prices from the database. Okay, in here now let me just show you one more thing. that for example we are going to display products at current index. Let's save the application, and you can see we have a red screen which is currently showing an error, which is the range error. This is why, because currently we are not specifying our application to only use this much of length. It's running infinite. To overcome that issue, we have to pass item count, and to tell it we know that we have 3 values. Pass 3, save the application, and you can see that we have 3 values: bed, sofa and chair. Most of the time we don't know how much values we have, so for that we are going to use products dot length, save it again, and you can see we have 3 values again. This is how we specify that these much items we need. So when again I am going to comment this and save it, you can see we have top 3 values. First it will run at the 0 index, it display the product, then second, then third, and when it comes to fourth, that list has been ended and it doesn't have any product in it, so that's why it's showing that we have an error. Uncomment this. Now inside this, for example, we want to show all these products as a list style, so let me create a list style as we created in our previous tutorials. We have a leading icon, create a circle avatar. In the child I am going to pass text widget, and in the text I am going to select the first character of each product. So how we can do that? We simply write products of current index. So this is going to give us a single string which is a bed, and I am going to pick 0 character from that. So let me show you, save it, and you can see that we have B for bed, S for sofa, and then we have C for chair. Sorry, let's add a title, products at current index, then again subtitle, and this is going to be product details at current index, and then we have a trailing property, and for the trailing we can use price at again current index. As you can see, it's giving error because we have a list of integers, and in the text we have to pass string, so make it toString, save it, and you can see that we have 3 list styles with the dynamic values. We don't have to create list style again and again, so simply we have 3 strings, list of strings, and then we use ListView.builder to display that. So that's it for this tutorial. Also for other properties, as we learned in the previous tutorial, for the list view you can simply press Ctrl space, and we have all the values we talked about previously for the list view. And also in the list style, go Ctrl space, you can see we can change list style, on tab, over color, and all the properties just similar to list view we covered in the previous tutorial. So I hope you learned something new in today's tutorial. If you learned something new and if you have any question, you can tell me down below in the comments. If you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it, and if you learned something new, please don't forget to like this video. Today we are going to learn how to create navigation drawer. In this tutorial, alongside navigation drawer, we are going to cover navigation header, which we can use inside the navigation drawer, and also we are going to create our navigation menu using list view, and inside the list view we are going to use list styles, which we cover in the previous tutorials also. And also, instead of creating a simple navigation header, we are also going to create user accounts navigation header, which means that we can create a navigation header same like Google. You can see we have a bunch of user accounts, then we have a username, then we have a Gmail. So we are going to create that in this tutorial. So let's get started. As you can see, our second section is about to an end. We are about to create the 10th video of this section. So let's get started. We are inside the project we created in our previous tutorials, and you can see that we have a simple function, we have a simple main method. Again, if you are new, please watch the previous videos, link is in the description. Also you can get the playlist link from the right top corner. So this is a simple application, material app returning home widget. Let's go to home, and in here you can see we have a class called home. It's a stateless widget, and in the previous tutorial we created list view a dynamic list view using .builder function. And today inside this scaffold we are trying to create, above this body inside the scaffold we are going to create a drawer. So let's say I am going to add a drawer. To add a drawer inside application, we just need a scaffold widget. And again, if you don't know about the scaffold and if you're new to the scaffold widget, you can get the link from the right top corner. And simply we will use by a default drawer widget provided by material library. So you can see we have a drawer widget. Unlike in Android Studio that we have to create a separate XML files for the drawer, then menu files, and then we have to design a menu itself. But inside the Flutter we have very easy to go steps. We created a drawer inside the scaffold and a drawer will be created shortly. Let me just run the application. As you can see on the screen that we have a previous application with a simple list view. Now let's just save this one. And there is nothing changed on the screen because drawer is currently not working, because for this drawer to work we need an Appbar. So we know how to create an Appbar. We learned in the previous videos navigation drawer for beginners. Let's save it. You can see we have a navigation drawer, and also you can see we have a menu icon which appears due to this drawer line. So let me just click on this menu icon and you can see that our navigation drawer is appearing. And by clicking on the side it's gone. Let me just comment it, save it, and you can see that navigation drawer is gone. There is no navigation drawer. Let's uncomment it, and by this way we can use navigation drawer. Now inside the navigation drawer we have bunch of properties, control space. You can see we have a child of the drawer. We have the elevation, key, and semantic label. So first we can use elevation to make it, to give it more elevation. The more elevation, let me just open it. Let's give 140.0, save it, and you can see that we have a lot of elevation. Let's make it 0 again, save it, and you can see that elevation is gone. So by this way we can add elevation. Now let's jump to the child, and inside the drawer we need to fill the drawer using some of the widgets. So as a child, hover over this and you can see we can pass any widget to the drawer. Okay, now inside this child we are going to pass a list view because we can pass column widget as well. We are not going to pass column widget because we learned in the previous videos that list view provides a scrollable effect when the items are going beyond the screen size. So that's why we are going to use list view, so we can, if our menu items goes beyond the screen, so we can easily scroll them. Now in the list view we have a list of items, children's, and inside the children the first thing I am going to use is drawer header. Drawer header needs a child, and this child could be anything. For example, let's add a container, and this container has some color so we can see container clearly. Let's say the blue one, save it, and you can see we have a container widget. Let me press Ctrl Alt L to align the code, comma, again Ctrl Alt L. Okay, now inside this drawer header we have a padding, so make it padding edge insects dot all to 0. Make sure that we don't have any padding here, and you can see that it's currently covering the whole screen size. As a child, create some column. In the children's we can create text. You can see it's in the center. We can deal with the columns layout, left, right, top, bottom. We have created a complete detailed video about columns and rows. You can check link from the top right corner or from the description below. So instead of adding values to this container, I will create a drawer header using user account. So we will cover that in a few minutes. So let's close this drawer header. So next to drawer header we have a list style widget. So we again now learn how to use list view and list style. You can again get the link from the right top corner. We have a leading icon. Let me create it quickly. Let's run the application, and you can see that we have 3 items. I have added on tap and passed nothing. They are the null values, means we have a on tap function. So when we are going to tap on this home, you can see a ripple effect of the list style. So this is how we create menus. In the on tab we will later on use the navigation.push to move from this screen to another screen. So for the navigation menu we use this, and also as a child, because you can see we have as in the list view we have multiple childrens. So let me add text, it could be labels, save it, it's in the border. Let's wrap this text with the padding, save it, and you can see the padding has been added. So you can add this padding. If you don't know how to add this padding, simply press Alt Enter, and also you can go hover over the text, right click, go to show context sections, and you can see we can wrap things with any widget with the widget we want, or press Alt Enter and wrap it with the padding widget. And we can increase this padding by 14, save it, and padding has been added. Okay, next to padding, let me add few more labels, save it, and you can see that our menu has been created. Now let's head back to the drawer here, drawer header. So instead of this drawer padding and by creating a custom drawer, let's say we want to use user accounts drawer. So we have a built-in material design user drawer, user account drawer header. This one, it currently don't have a padding property. Remove this. Instead it requires few widgets, account email and account name. So let's give account email, it's a widget, let's pass text widget. Next to account email we have account name. We will later on fetch from the database and display them here. And also let me just remove this container, let's save it, and you can see that we have a title or account name and account email, and also we want to add image. So for that we will use current account picture, and to add the current account picture just hover over this, and you can see it requires a widget, so it could be any widget. I am going to create circle avatar widget, let's save it, and you can see that image has been displayed right on the screen. Now what if we want to add more images, like in the Google applications or like in the Gmail application? We have two other applications, so which are not the current account pictures, but these are the account pictures, these are the other account pictures, and you can see it requires list of widgets. So list of widgets could be list of profile pictures. I am going to copy this and paste it here 2 times. You can change the image, but I'm not going to change it. And you can see that we have currently 3 accounts being displayed on the screen. So it could be 1, it could be 2, it depends on the number of accounts has been attached to our application. So this is how we create navigation drawer, a simple navigation drawer. But one big problem here that we are going to talk in our next video, or which is a bonus video of this whole section, which I'm going to create at the last of this section. The bonus video is that you can see we have created list style 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 list styles, and maybe we need to enhance, maybe our menu is a little more bigger, and we cannot create list styles again and again. For example, let's take this circle avatar, we created 2 times, 3 times, the same thing is repeating again and again. For example, we need to add some decorations, add some padding, colors, and what if we want to add to this whole list style a background color? So we have to do it a repeated task again and again for each list style 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't you think that it's being a hectic routine to keep implementing the whole things, because it is not providing us a drag and drop facility and we are coding each and everything, doing a donkey work? So it's not like this. Flutter got us covered. We are going to create our custom file for everything. We can create a custom widget using a combination of multiple widgets. Like you can see we have a text widget, we have icon widget, we have list style widget. So we can create our custom list style widget, and in that we just have to pass text and icon we want to use, and rest of the design, rest of the functionality will be right there, which will be saving a lot of time for us while creating the applications. And by using that we can create our own library or the library of widgets. So that's it for this tutorial. This was a simple tutorial. Thank you for watching. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it. Today we are going to learn how to create floating action button in the Flutter, and we are inside the section 2 and we are about to create the 11th video of this section, which is the second last video. As in my previous video I told you that we are going to create a bonus video of this section because this section is about the stateless widget and this section is about to an end. So at the end we are going to create a very useful video. By using that video we are going to create our custom widgets, so please don't forget to watch that. So let's get started with today's tutorial. Open Android Studio and we are inside the project we created in our section 1. If you are new, please watch the videos, link is in the description, and also you can get it from the right top corner. So in the previous tutorial, head towards the home. Inside this home page we created some drawer using a list view with the user accounts, drawer header, and then in our 8th video of the section 2 we created ListView.builder and a simple list view. So for this tutorial let me just remove everything. Okay, in here you can see we have a simple function, a stateless widget, and this widget is returning a scaffold. In the first video of the scaffold I talked about that we can create floating action button, navigation drawer, bottom navigation, bottom sheet, and bunch of other options in the scaffold. So scaffold is a very useful widget. So inside the scaffold, for to create a floating action button we just have to create floating action, and you can see we have 3 options. One is floating action button, then we have a floating action button location, and then we have an animator. So go for floating action button, and the widget name is also floating action button. You can see we have an error because we need to pass on press function because it is a button. So on press function is must control space to get all the options of any widget. So we are going to press give the on pressed, and we are going to give null function because an empty function, and you can see the error is gone. Next, for the button we have to add something in it. It could be icon, it could be text. So because it's a floating action button, so in it we have a child property. So as a child we can add only one widget, so that widget is icons dot add. Floating action button is basically not for all the actions or all type of actions. It should be used only for the key or the highlighted actions. For example, to add something in the cart, to add contact, or to find location, to on location, or to, as you can see on the map, we have direction and location floating action buttons. So only we use floating action button for the key action. So in the floating action button we added a child. So let me just run the application first. Okay, our application is running. This is the old screen. Let's run, save it, and you can see that screen has been vanished. We don't have any body, we don't have any app bar. We have a simple one floating action button with a default background color, and we added a single icon, a plus sign. Then we have a background property to change its background color. Let's add a background color, save it. You can see a background color has been added. We again have a foreground color. Foreground color is basically going to implement on the any widget used inside the floating action button as a child. So in here I used icon, so this foreground should affect our icon. So let's add colors dot, for example it's yellow, save it, and you can see a yellow color is there. And next, as every button contains some shadow at its elevation, so by default you can see we have a small elevation, and we can also increase or decrease elevation. Save it. You can see elevation is right there, or maybe we put 0 to remove the elevation. You can see that elevation has been removed. After the elevation we can also add shape, or to change the shape of the button. Because it is a scaffold, so most of the time it's in the circular form. So for example, we don't want a circular shape, we need a beveled rectangle border. If you don't know about these shapes, I suggest you to watch the video of the buttons I created in this playlist. So I'll drop the link in the description, and also you can get it from the right top corner from the playlist. For now, let's add a beveled rectangle border. Now inside this border you can see we have 2 options. The one is border radius. For the border radius we have border radius dot circular, and inside let's say we want to make it circular like this, 20 only. Save it, and you can see the shape has been changed. If I going to comment, save it, and you can see that it's completely a rectangle border. So this is the bevel rectangle. Then we have another property which is side. We can add border to it, border side. It is again a widget, and it has three properties: color of the border, width of the border, and style of the border. So let's say color of the border will be blue, width will be 2.0, and style will be, it's a border style dot solid. Save it, and you can see that a border with a blue color has been added, a solid border has been added. So this is how you add any shape to the floating action button. So let's just comment it to make it look a bit better. Comment this shape. Again we are back with this. Let's comment the elevation because we want a default elevation. Floating action button has two sizes, the one you can see on the screen, and then we have a mini floating action button. So to decrease its size, you just have to pass mini as true. It's a boolean. Save it, and you can see that we have a small function. We can attach this to small screen sizes, or if you know that our application is going to be used in small screens, by making this mini as true is a good option. Now after creating this, you might think that it is a floating action button, then how we can change the location of the floating action button? So it's a good question. Floating action button location is right here above the floating action button. You can see we have a floating action button location property. It's not inside this widget, it's above widget inside the scaffold. And in here we have a property called floating action button location dot. You can see bunch of options. We can place it anywhere. It's not mini, so we are not going to touch this. It's center dock, center float, start top. So for example, we want to push it to center. Center float means it's floating in the center. You can see it's the center. Let me just comment this mini so we can see it clearly. Also you can see over here the center top or start top. You can see it's right on the top. So let me add an app bar so we can understand the top functionality clearly. You can see that now it's currently attached to our app bar. So let's make it at the start top. Start top means to the left side, and you can see that it has been shifted to the left side, so we can attach it to the top. So to attach it to the bottom, we have to make it to dock, center docked. Save this one, and you can see it's in the center. Same goes for the right and the left, start and the end. So let me just add bottom navigation bar. As you guys don't know currently about the bottom navigation bar, we did not cover it in our section 2. So let me just quickly create it. Okay, as you can see on the screen, I have just added a bottom navigation bar. So basically this navigation bar, let me just change it to center float so we can see the bottom navigation bar clearly. You can see that we have a bottom navigation bar. So in the bottom app bar, I have a child. Basically it's a row and it's containing our 4 widgets, so you can see them as well with the main axis size, main axis alignment, and then we have a children, icon column text, icon column text. So these are the 4 elements I've just created. You can create it by yourself because we cover each and everything in here. Okay, in here to make it properly docked or to make a notch design, we have to add something. So let me just make it center dock first. Center docked. You can see it's currently attached to bottom app bar. And now to make it a notch design inside the bottom app bar, it's remember it's not bottom navigation bar, it's a bottom app bar. So inside we have notch margin. For example, it's 5, and then we have to change the shape of our bottom app bar. So you can see it's a notch shape. By default it's a notch shape. We need to change it to circular notch shape, and it's a widget. Pass here, save the code. This is how we place our floating action button to all the areas of the screen. We learn how to design the floating action button. We learn how to pass it or to create a notch design using floating action button and a bottom app bar. So this is how you can create your own design. You can shift this notch dock to the right side to the start dock, save it. So now you can see that it is docked to the left side of the screen. So this is how you docked, and you just have to shift your elements of the row to the right side and your floating action button to the left side. So it depends upon your own creativity. We can add background colors dot, save it, and you can see that it's looking up pretty nice here. So this is basically how you design your applications using a color scheme, using notch design. This is it for this tutorial. I hope you learned something new, and if you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe. Today we are going to learn how to create a stack widget in Flutter. Stack widget is basically a layout widget which helps us to align the widgets or the elements on the screen. This is the last video of this section, but this is not the least video of our tutorials. We will be creating more videos, but for this basic crash course, this is the last video of section 2 of creating stateless widgets. To properly learn stack, we are going to cover two basic examples. The first one will be using simple containers. I will try to create few containers, and using a position widget we will try to align the elements in the stack. And as per the name suggests, stack means that we can place elements one above another like a stack from top to bottom. And then we are going to create a very beautiful card, as you can see on your screen, a card with some text. So we can try to place that text wherever we want using a stack and a position widget. So let's get started. As you can see, we are in section 2 and we are about to create the last video, and then we have a bonus video as well in which we are going to create our custom widget with the help of multiple widgets. So let's get started. Open Render Studio. We are inside the project created in our section 1. Again, if you are new, please watch the previous videos and you can get the link of the playlist from the right top corner. So head back to the home screen we created, and in the previous video we learned how to create a floating action button, and you can also get the link of the floating action button from the right top corner. So you can see we learn the floating action button, we learn how to change its location, and also we docked it on the bottom navigation bar. We learn how to create this bottom app bar. So for this tutorial, let me just clean everything. We first need an app bar. In here I have created a simple app bar with a title saying text. It's a central line and it has a background color. Close this app bar, and then let's say we want to add a background color to our application. Okay, now we know how to add a body. In the body, let's place a center title because we want to place all the elements in the center. And as a child in here, we are going to create our stack widget. To create a stack widget, you just have to write stack with curly brackets and control space to see all its properties. As you can see, it's a layout widget and it has a multiple children's option, a list of children's. Then we have alignment, we have text direction, clip behavior. So let's go for the children. So inside you can see we can add multiple children's. So I am going to create container. Container will have some width, some height. And to see that container, let's add a background color. It's colors dot green. So to change the effects, let's run the application. You can see our application is running and we have a simple container with the width of 300, height of 200, and its color is green. So now as it is the children of stack, let me just add one more container. Just copy this, paste it here, and change its width, make it a bit smaller so we can see it clearly. Change its color as well, save it, and you can see that we have two containers placed right on top of each other. So the first one will be laid down, and then on the top of that we have the next container, and by this way we can keep adding the values as its children of the stack, and they will be keep placing on top of each other. So we can add one more container to clearly understand the concept. Save it, and you can see that oops, it's 500, it's 50, and you can see that I have just tagged 3 containers. So how we can position them in the stack? So the first of all, in the stack above the children's property, you can see we have alignment here. It's simply alignment dot put it center, save it, and you can see that we can easily put all the elements or all the children of the stack to the center, but they are currently stacked right on top of each other. But overall, all the children placed in the center. Then you can see we have also a bunch of options: center right, top left, bottom left. Save it. You can see they are aligned on the bottom left. We also have a text direction here. Text direction dot left to right is default, and for example we are going for the right to left. Save it, and you can see that it is starting from right side and going toward the left side. So this is again an option. For example, we don't want to place our elements not with this stack options, but we want to position them. So to position them, we have a position widget inside the Flutter, so we are going to use it. Let me just make alignment to center. Now they are at the center, so let's jump to the second container. Press Alt Enter, and we know how to wrap the widget in another widget. So another widget is going to be position widget, and save it. Nothing changed because we yet have to define the position. You can see in the position widget we can easily go for right, top, left, bottom. So let's say we want to make it bottom 0. Save it, and it's at the bottom. And again I'm going to wrap another one, wrap it the widget, wrap it in the position widget, and this time let's make it right 50 from the right side, and you can see that it's right there. A bit more 40. This is how we stack elements in the Flutter, and also we can position them using a position widget. So let's take a real example here so we can better understand things. Let me just clear the stack, and in the center now I want to put a container. And again, if you don't know how to create a container and how to design a container, you can watch the video, link is in the description, and also you can get it from the right top corner. Okay, now inside the container, let me just design it quickly. Okay, in here I have just created a container. Container contains some padding, 16 from the sides. Then we have a constraints, box constraints, width and height of the box. Then for the decoration, for the box decoration, I have added a shadow. Let me just close this, a single shadow here. Then I have added a background image and a border radius. So we covered each and everything in our container video, which I'll drop the link in the description. You can get that from there. You can also get this code from the link down below in the description, or you can visit taimusikandar.com. So let me just close this one, this decoration. Let's save it. Let's see how it's look like. And you can see that I have added one image using assets. I just displayed that image on the screen using a box decoration. So before closing the container, inside this container we want to add child of this container. So we know we have a child property, and in the child we can add stack. Let me just scroll up, and now inside the stack we know we have a stack widget. Now inside the stack, let me just add 4 texts because I want to display text on different areas of this image. Okay, in here I have added 4 texts, and this is the text. Then I have added a style simply using its colors and font size. So this one is a pure white, and this one is not a pure white, and different sizes. So let me just run it. You can see that they are stacked right on the top left corner, right on top of each other. So I don't want to make them like that. So let's just try to wrap this. I want to keep my first text right there where it is. Wrap the second one with the position widget like this, and I want to push it from the top 15 points, and also let me just wrap this one as well in the position widget, and this one is going to the right side. Let me just make right 0, and it will be from bottom 20. Again the last one, wrap it again with the position widget, and this is at the end or the bottom of the screen. So for that I have to write bottom 0, and also on the right side, so write 0 as well. Let's save the code, and you can see we have to give a bit more space to this one. and you can see that we can perfectly align all the text where we want. So by this way, I hope you learn the importance of stack. So there are many other examples. We can create beautiful cards using the stack widget. We can display the information where we like. So I hope you learn something new. If you learn something new or if you like the video, please press the like button. Also, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it because more amazing videos are coming. In this video, we are going to learn how to create custom widgets in the Flutter using a combination of multiple widgets, built-in widgets of the material design. The procedure that used to create a custom widget with the combination of other widgets is called the composition in the Flutter. So basically, we try to create one picture or one element in the Flutter using combination of multiple widgets that we are currently going to do. And instead of creating that, or instead of repeating the code again and again by copy pasting that same lines, we create our own widget and we just simply call that widget and avoid any duplication. So open Android Studio. Okay, and here you can see we are inside the application we created in our section 1. Again, if you are new, please watch the videos and you can get the playlist link from the right top corner. So in here you can see we are simply divided our code. Instead of creating the whole code in one main.dart file, recently in our tutorials we break that code and we call this home screen, which is home.dart, and in this home.dart we created a scaffold, then Appbar, and then in the body we create multiple widgets. So instead of this home, if you are following, we created a dashboard screen as well. So we can, instead of calling the home.dart, we can call dashboard.dart. So this is how we divide the code, and we use the reusability approach in the Flutter. So let's change to home, go to home.dart, and in here you can see we have a simple scaffold, Appbar saying a custom widget. Let me just run the application on the site. You can see that our current screen with the empty screen is running with the body. So instead of this body, let me just create a list view first. Basically, this list view is going to demonstrate that how we can combine multiple widgets, multiple small widgets, multiple properties, and when our code has become huge, so we can merge that widget into dynamic widget and also in the static widget. So let me first create a list view. As we know that we created a list view in the previous videos, you can get the link from the right top corner. Okay, inside the list view we have a children's property, and in the children let me just add one children, which is the list style. And in the list style we know that we have title, subtitle, leading and trailing icons. So let me just create them. And I have created these 4 elements. You can see we have added bunch of widgets here. There is a text widget, then we use a style property with 2 properties, then again in the subtitle I have used text, then 2 icon buttons with the icon widget as well. So with the on press properties we can style these icons, we can change the color. So let's say we want to change color of this icon. And also in the list style we have bunch of properties. For example, we want to add a background color and also to add a shape or maybe the border. You can see I have created a tile color, and then I have added a shape which is a continuous rectangle border. If you don't know how to create list style and list view, you can watch the videos I have added. So inside this shape I have added a border radius and also border side with the width of 1 and color is blue, as you can see on the screen. Let me just wrap this list style with the padding, and let's just increase the padding to 10. Save this code, and now you can see that we have a list style with a background color with a few properties. But when in a whole we see a list style, let me press Ctrl Alt L to align the code, and you can see that it started from the line 16 until it's going to line 42. So it's around 26 lines of code we write for a single list style. Let me just close this one, add comma at the end, and for example we want to duplicate it 2 times or maybe more than 2 times, 3 times. So it could be any design. So it is growing and it's unmanageable. On the screen you can see we have only 3 options, and maybe in the whole code, which is almost similar to each other, we might want to change title, subtitle, or maybe the leading icon, nothing else. The rest of the code will remain same, but when I'm going to open it, you can see it's too much of code, and almost everything is repeating again and again. Okay, the first approach that we have to decide whether we are going to use this widget in other screens of the class or not. For example, I just want to use this tile or the style inside this home class only. Right click on it and go to refactor. Inside the refactor, you can see we can extract this as a method. So let me just extract it. You can see it's saying that extract all three occurrences because all three widgets are totally same. We didn't change even the text. So IntelliSense just get to know that we have three same type of occurrences, and it's going to merge them as a single widget or a single function. It could be any name. It should be a suitable name, but for the reference I have added a function here. So refactor it, and you can see we have inside the list view we have simple three calls of the single function which is inside this class, home class, and you can see it's not accessible by any other class. So if you know that you just need this widget inside this single class, then you don't have to go for another class. You don't have to create any other stateless widget. But if you want to use that in other classes, and also if you want to use that as a dynamic widget, you have to pass multiple values. You have to change the properties. So for that, this is not the suitable way. Just undo this and again go to padding. Any widget that you want to wrap, right click, go to refactor, and in here you can see we have a extract Flutter widget method, which is basically going to extract it as a stateless widget. Click on it, name the widget list style widget, refactor, and you can see we have a single call of that class. Close these paddings, and outside this class you can see we have another stateless class which is a list style widget, and it's returning a widget of type padding. So let me just copy this one and override these two, copy it 2 times again, save this, and you can see nothing changed. But now we want to change these values because we don't want to keep the same text, keep the same subtitle, keep the same icon and sub icon, or the trailing and the leading icon. We want to change the colors. So to make it dynamic, let me just cut it from here, create a new class, and inside the lib folder, new, create a directory. I'm going to name it widgets, and in the widgets create a new file, ListView.builder. So this is basically going to be ListView widget. Paste that whole class here. Oops, first we have to import the material.package. Now you can see we have stateless widget and we have that same tile and same padding. Go to home. So we have to import this ListView class. Click on this bulb and you can simply click on it, or you can go to package, Flutter App, widgets, and ListView.builder. So this is how. Let me just run it. Nothing should be changed. Okay, now head back to ListView. In here you just have to first point out that which variables that you want to change. So inside this class, above this constructor, we need string type of title, subtitle, then we want icon data, because it's not icon, it's icon data. We want user to pass leading icon and also the trailing icon, and also we need color of the list style color, which will be the background color of the list style, and also we need icon color. So we need 6 properties from the user. So these 6 properties must not be required by the user. It's up to the user's choice. So to give user privilege, let me just remove this so you can better understand. Let's create a empty constructor. So basically this is the empty constructor. Most of the persons who are coming from other type of languages, they know that we create constructors like this, and inside the constructor we pass values, and in here we initialize all the variables again. But in the Dart we don't do this. It's very simple. In here we just have to write this dot title and it's initialized. For the single value we don't have to add curly brackets, but for the multiple values we have to add curly brackets. and in here we have to write this dot title. After initializing, you can see that it's giving an error because it's saying that we cannot, parameter title cannot have a value of null because of its type, but the implicit default value is null. This means that we cannot pass null values in here in the widget. So either we have to add question mark here, this means that these are going to be null, or we have to initialize the values. So for example, we want icon data could be null, no. Color could be null, yes. So these colors could be null, could be any color. So for example, we want to make sure that users should pass title and subtitle when it's going to use our list style widget. So we will add a required attribute. You can see the error is gone because now when we call this list style widget, we should have to pass this title. It means that it is not going to be null anymore. So again, required for the subtitle, but for the leading icon we are going to initialize icon to them. We will use label icon as default. If user is going to provide this leading icon, then that icon will be used, and if not, then default icons.label, this label icon will be used. And same we are going to do with this trailing icon. So by this way you can see these two are required, these two are optional. If user is going to provide, then user provided icons will be used, and if not, these will not be null in any case because these two default values are going to be used, and these can be null, these colors can be null. So let me just replace all these values with the hard-coded strings. So we have a tile color, list tile color, then we have icon color, then we have a title here, and then we have subtitle. Also change this leading icon and trailing icon. So everything is set here. We call these values in the constructor. Now head back to the home screen. You can see we have an error. Let's just call these again. So we have a widget which is a list style widget. So this widget is by default required two things, which is the first one is title and then second one is a subtitle. So the first one is mouse and the second one is its description, and you can see it's not requiring anything and the error is gone. Add a comma here. So let me press Ctrl space to see all the properties. We have icon color, trailing icon, leading icon, and list style color. So if we are not going to pass these icons, let's say what happened. Save the code, and you can see that by default the first icon is a label icon, and then we have a default icon with no background color and no icon color because we didn't pass any color, and by default there is no color to background and icon. So let's say we want to pass, Ctrl D, change this title and subtitle, and now let's change the leading icon. Press Ctrl Alt L, bring it down, and also let's change list style color. So I've added all the properties. Let's save it, and you can see that the next one, the gray, it's a bit more gray. Let me just change the color, and now you can see that we have added all the properties with a simple function, with a single function, and how much code has been reduced to a single line, and we passed all the data that we required. So we can also pass this on pressed later on in here in the stateful widgets. Then we are going to change the state. We want to create a one single text field and we have to reuse it again and again. So that's where we are going to use on press methods and stateful widgets. So the next video is about the section 3, which is the stateful widgets. I hope this video is useful. Again, I have one simple request. Please don't use ad blocker while watching the videos because it's causing ads to block and which reduce our motivation to create free videos. So I hope you learned something new. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you're new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe it. Assalamu alaikum, welcome back to Coding with T. Today we are going to start the third section of the Flutter Basic crash course for absolute beginners. As in the previous videos, those who are following this crash course, they know that we divided our code into 3 sections. So basically I divided the course in a way that we first cover the basics, try to know the logic, structure, how our application works, how the Flutter basically works, how to install the Flutter. After that we try to design anything in the Flutter. As you can see that it's a bit long section, because now we can design anything, but now in third section we are going to cover the basics, how user is going to interact with our application. So this is what stateful widgets do. So today's tutorial has been divided into two major sections. First one is going to be a theoretical part, and then we are going to perform a practical of stateful widgets. So basically the first thing is, what is stateful widgets? Stateful widgets are the widgets that let the user to or allow the user to interact with the application, because stateless widgets are the static widgets which cannot change their state when the application is running. But stateful widgets on the other hand allow the user to interact with the application. It could be text fields, it could be checkboxes, it could be radio buttons by performing some action. So these are the stateful widgets. Basically whenever user is interacting with the screen and something is changing on the screen, that's what we call stateful widgets. So to understand stateful widgets, let's see the difference between stateless and stateful widgets. Stateless widgets are the widgets that don't allow user to interact with the application. They will draw on the screen when the application launches, and even after user interactivity, they are not letting the user to change the state or the design of the screen. So whereas on the screen you can see that we have one single class in the stateless widgets. That class extends with the stateless widget and returns a build method. Basically this build method is the method that you need to focus on. This build method draws the design on the screen, so whenever we able to call this build method and pass any change design in this build method will be drawn on the screen. So in the stateful widgets, basically what has happened is we have two classes. The one class is similar to the stateless class. It extends itself with a stateful widget, and it has a single object which override, but it's not going to override the build method this time. It is going to hire a middleman. We will assign that middleman a task that please do this redesigning or calling this build widget for us, so we can change the design whenever we want. So the second class is basically going to inherit the build widget. The first class is basically going to inherit the state class, the state object, instead of inheriting or overriding the build method. This is basically the difference, means that we are going to hire a middleman. This middleman is now going to redraw every time when user is going to interact with the application and redraw the furnished state. So now let's get started with the coding. Open Android Studio, and in here you can see that I have an empty main.dart. So let's start from the scratch. We first have to import the material.dart package, and then before running anything, if you're new, please watch the video, link is in the description or from the right top corner. You know that we have to call this main function, and using a lambda statement we are going to call run app. And just a recall, I told you that this is the property in which we want to enter, and inside we have to open this door which is the run app to basically run our application. So for example, I am going to name it coding with the stateless class. Now to create this stateless class, just press STLES, hit enter, and you can see it has created a stateless widget for us. Give this a name, and it is not going to return the container but a material app, as you guys remember from the past, from the first tutorial. Okay, in the stateless widget I have created a material application. As a home I pass a scaffold, name the Appbar, and now in the body I am going to call the stateful widget, basically not the stateless widget. So for that I will create, so to create this stateful class, you can see I am not inside the stateless class, but next to stateless class we have stful. Name this the same. This error has been gone. Now in here the thing that I was talking about, that you can see we have a class called stateless widget. So this class is basically overriding this function which is returning a build function which is returning a widget. So in here you can again see the same thing. This is a class extended with a stateful widget like this one. This is a constructor, and this is not overriding this build method. This is basically creating a middleman which is going to rewrite this build method again and again for us. So we create this middleman, create state, and we assign a task to it that please go to this class, the second class, and redraw it whenever we want. So this is the class like the one in the Stateless widget. This is a class which simply overrides this build method. So this build method is going to draw the design on the screen. So we created a middleman that is going to draw that again and again for us. So in Flutter we are going to call it as a state or the state management. Okay, now it is, as you can see, it's simply returning a widget. So in here we are not going to do anything for this. We just created a middleman, close this class. Now in this class we are going to create our design. So for the design I am just creating a list view for the scrolling effect. As a children, let's create a list tile, and in the list tile let's add title and then add a trailing icon that we want to change if user is going to like this. So you see that I created a simple tile. Title is this and the icon is a simple icon. So we want to switch this icon basically whenever user is going to click on this. So to make it clickable, we need icon button. So we will wrap this widget by pressing Ctrl Enter and name it icon button, and it's not child, it has a icon property, and then we need to override this on press method. So let's make it null for now because we want to override this on press. Whenever a user is going to press this icon button, we want to change this icon. So press Ctrl Alt L to align the code, add a semicolon here, press again Ctrl Alt L to align, and now you can see we created a simple icon button. Whenever user is going to click on this icon button, we want to perform this on press and change this icon. So how we can do that? Again, close this class. Inside the second class, remember, I'm going to create a boolean type variable, and by default I set it to false. Now whenever his user is going to click on this button in the on press, what I have to do is I have to call this middleman, which is this create state. I have to call this middleman and I have to ask it that please update the state. This is a set state method. Now inside this set state method, I am going to change liked is equal to, either you can set it to true, and if you want to switch it again and again, so I will make it opposite of liked, which means that if it's false make it true, and if it's true make it false, right? So as it's a single line function, so we can use a lambda operation as we talked about the lambda in our first tutorial. So I'm going to remove that curly brackets and add fat arrows, and that's it. So now we call this set state, which is going to basically change this liked operation, and it is going to again redraw this. But on the basis of this like button, if it's true we want to change this icon, if it's false then also we want to change this icon. So to do that, next to this icon column we have a single line if else liked question mark. This means that if this is true, question mark means if this liked is true, as it is a boolean. Let's just add brackets. This means that if this is true, then use this one, this icon, right? Column, if it's not true, create another icon, then use this icon. So if liked is true, then it is going to use this one, so we are going to use the filled favorite here, this one. And if it is not true, then whatever is written next you have to perform this, right? So we write our code. Now let's try to run the application. Okay, now as you can see our application is running, and we have an app bar on the top, and then we have a simple list tile. Now when I am going to click on this icon, you can see nothing is being changed. Icon is not switching its position. Why? Because in here you have to hover over this set state, and you can see the declaration set state isn't referenced. So basically we use this in a wrong way. So I can simply remove this error by putting brackets around it and add semicolon at the end, remove it from here, and you can see error has been gone. So to understand this, let me just remove this and write again. So you have to call setState. This is a function. So this is how you call setState. Now inside this we have to call these brackets and again a function like this. In here we can pass something, but we are not going to do this now. But as a function, you can see I've created this as a function inside this setState. So as we have to write a single line which is opposite of liked, that's it. So as this is a single line, I'm going to remove this and use fat arrows. Remove this as well, and this is a single line, so I'm going to put it like this. So now when I'm going to save this, let's run it again, and now I'm going to click on this, and you can see it's switching its state when I'm going to click on this. So basically this is what a stateful widgets are. This is how we call the stateful widgets. So in the recap, you see we created a simple variable which is going to record the state, and when the user is going to press this, or when the user wants to interact with the application, and on the press of the user's button, we change this state to not liked, or maybe the opposite of liked. And when this performs, this set state performs, this is going to basically redraw the whole widget. And also for the flow, you should remember that this is the first function that is going to be rendered when this is, for example, liked. So this is liked, and we have this on pressed. User is going to click on this button. It is going to execute this and change this like to not liked. So when it is its state has been changed, and the set state is going to redraw this whole widget again, and the value has been set to not liked. And when it is going to render and reach to this if, it will found that it's not true, it's false. It is going to draw this not liked, or the second property. I hope you learned something new, and that's it for this tutorial. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon to get notified about the latest videos. Today we are going to create the second video of our section 3 of stateless widgets in the Flutter Basic crash course. In today's tutorial, we are basically learn how to move from one activity or from one screen to another screen, or how we can switch between two different screens. As you can see on your screen that at the end of this section we are going to create a form. So for the form, we are going to create first screen that will collect the data from the form, and the second screen of the details that will show all the details submitted in the form on the next screen. So the first thing is we are going to learn how to move from current screen to the next screen, and then in the upcoming videos we will also create the text fields, radio button, checkboxes, drop downs. In this form, at the end we will learn that how we can collect the data using a global key from the form and pass that data to another activity after validating the whole form and all its fields one by one. So let's start with the today's tutorial. Open Android Studio. In here you can see I have a simple application called my name. It's a stateless widget, and we are not going to code all the things in this class. So let me first go to lib, and inside create a new file directory. I'm going to name it form.dart, and then another class, and I'm going to name it details.dart. So let's first import material.dart in the form, and we will create stateful class, because later on when we have all the fields, we have to get the fields. User will be interacting with the application. So if you knew about the stateful widgets, please watch the previous videos. Link is in the description and also from the right top corner. So let's name it my form. Instead of that container, let's create this scaffold, and in this scaffold we have an Appbar, and Appbar named simply a form with a center line. And now in the scaffold we have a body. For the current tutorial, I'm going to put that button in the center of the screen, so that's why I use this center. But later on we will change it to list view, because we might need to scroll as per the design. Let's create an outline button. As a child, let's add text,
and we also need on pressed event, and on the press of this button we will basically move from the current form to the details section, right? So I have just make this text to dot uppercase and also add some style, and also let me add style to this outline button. So I have just added a outline button dot style from with the minimum size with the width and specific height. So this is the warning because it's saying that always try to put childs at the end. So now in the on pressed we are basically going to call the details page. So to call the detail page or to move from current activity to the another activity, as in Android we use intent, but in here we have a navigator which is going to navigate from this screen to another screen. So navigator is saying that what we want to do, we want to push or we want to pop. We want a new screen to come on top of it so we can see the top screen, right? So we have to push. The first one is the build context, means from where you want to move. So the context of this current class, you can see we have a context here. This means that we are going to move from this current class to another class. This is the root. So in the root we will use material page root. Let me just sort it like this, at the end semicolon, and instead of this builder, this is basically a function, and inside we also have to pass the context, and in here we have to return the page where we want to move, and it is, sorry, we have to create a class here as well, create a stateless class, because in here we don't want the user to perform some interaction, and if later on we decide to get some interaction from the user or to make our details clickable, then we can easily shift this stateless to stateful widget as well. So we have a details class. Let's go to form, and here let's add details, add a semicolon, and at the top you can see that this has been imported. Okay, now our function has been ready. Let's go to details, and inside this container as a child let's add center here as well, and in its child let's add a text box saying that we are inside details screen. Now add towards the form. Okay, now in here you have to again see we have a navigator which is going to navigate us basically to a new screen. Push means to add a new screen, and this is the where we want to move. This context is the context of this current class, so we are going to move from this current class and we are going to move to another screen. So to move to a new screen we have this page root of material design. So this page root is again going to get the context. We are going to tell it that we are going to basically move to this details class, right? So now let's run the application. Our application is running, but we forgot to call our form class here. So it's my form. Now let's run it again, and you can see that we have an Appbar, and in here you can see we have a function which is saying a submit form, sorry, a button with the submit form name. So let's click on it, and you can see we move towards the details screen. So it's black because we did not wrap it with the scaffold. Remove this unnecessary container and add constant modifier. Wrap it with the widget scaffold. Scaffold has a body attribute, not a child attribute, so we don't need constant here. Add constant here. You will learn about the constants later, don't worry about it. Let's save it, and you can see that we are in the details screen. Let's head back. Again click on the submit form, and you can see we head towards this details screen. Now in the scaffold we can again create an app bar with the back arrow. I have added a title, and let's add a leading icon, or rather its icon button, and it's on pressed we will head back towards the previous activity, and as an icon let's pass with the icons dot back arrow or arrow back. And now in the press of this back button, what we want to perform is, let's save the code and see that we have a app bar with a back button. So currently it's not clickable, it's not working. So we have navigator again dot, this time we have to pop, so we'll use this pop, and again the context to from where we want to pop, and that's it. This pop basically not require another context or the material page root, because pop is just going to pick these details from the stack and remove it, and then we will see automatically the screen behind us or the screen that is at the top of the stack. So let's save this code. Now click on this back button and you can see we are inside the form. Submit it and hit the back. So basically this is what we want to learn in this tutorial. I hope you learn something new, and if you learn something new, please like the video. If you're new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon to get notified about the new videos. Today we are going to learn how to create a text field in Flutter. As you can see on your screen, we are in the section 3 and we are about to create the third video of this section. At the end of this section, you can see we are about to create a complete form. In the previous video, we created how to move from one screen to another, because when the form will be completed, on the press of the form button or the submit form, we will get all these values and we will show these values on the details page. As you can see on your screen that in this tutorial we are going to create a text field like you can see on your screen, and when the submit form will be clicked, we will pass that data to next screen. So let's say we want to add a product name as, so this is the product name and this is the product description we have added. When we are going to click on this submit form, it will take the fields data from this product name and also from the product description and pass that data to next screen. So in this tutorial we are also going to learn how we can pass the data from this screen to the next screen. So when click on this submit form, which is the heading, then we have a subheading right here. So this is what we are going to create. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. So let's get started. Open Android Studio. Okay, in here you can see that we in the previous tutorial we created two screens, form.dart and the details.dart. This is the form.dart and this is the outline button we created, and on the click of this outline button you can see we have navigator.push. And when this button is going to be clicked, we will be redirected to this details screen, which has nothing to show yet but only a text which is saying details screen in here. So on the click of this back button, we will be head back to the previous screen. So this was for the previous tutorial. For today's tutorial, because we're going to create a text field, or at the end we have to create a complete form. So for that we first have to remove this center and we have to create a list view, because our form can be scrollable. So for that we need a list view. Let me just extract this, refactor, extract it as a method, close this method, and for now I'm not going to call this button. First let's just create a container, because we need some padding. As its child we are going to create a list view. As its list view have some children's, and as a children we first have to create our very first text field. So to create a text field we basically have two methods to create a text field. Designing or creating a text field is very easy in the Flutter. We just need to decide which type of design we want to use, and then we need to hook that, or we need a simple ID, because we want to get that value entered by the user to our design. We want to show that, we want to store in the database, we want to, as in our case, we will forward that value to the details screen. So only these two steps are needed. So first we have to see what two types of text field we have. So the first one is a simple text field, and then we have a text form field. These are the two types. Let's save it, and you can see application is running. Currently these both look same, but when we are going to head towards this text field, let's add a decoration, input decoration, and inside this input decoration for the text field we have hint text. As a hint text, let's say it's a product name, and also let's add icon. And same, let me just create this input decoration for text form field as well. So to create that, let's add decoration, just remove this. Instead of this hint, let's use label text. Let's save the code. So for the first field, you can see that we don't have any hint text written over there, but when we are going to remove this, we have the hint text or the placeholder text back to our position. And in the second field, you can see we don't have the hint text, but we created a label text instead. So the label text has been pushed to the top. We can also add outline style as a border, create an input outline input border. Let's save it. As you can see, we have the first one is the underlined, and the second one is basically the outline input border, and the icon is currently on the outside, but if you want to place the icon inside, we have a prefix icon, and as that we can also add icon, any icon that you want to add, and for that we have to remove this icon. Let's save the code, and you can see that that icon has been added. So we have to choose between only one icon, either the icon itself or the prefix icon. I'm going to use TextFormFielf instead of Textfield. Remove this. Let's save the code and let's change this icon to prefix icon. Okay, we completed the first step to design or to choose from two text form fields, and we selected the text form field instead of text field, and we design it. Now the second step is we want to get the data from this text field and we want to display that data to for example on some text. So first let's create a text from where or on which we are going to display the product name. Product name is, and on the top let's create a variable which will be private, name it as product name. So basically we want to display whatever is inside this product name in here. Add a $sign and paste this right. So now we want to show the updated values in here. So to do that we have two options. The first one is inside the text, sorry, not inside this decoration. Inside this text form field we have a onChange property. Using this onChange we will get whatever the values entered inside the text field. This is a variable name, you can add any name you want. So I'm going to update the state because we want to modify this text. So to modify a static field we have a stateful widget. So to update the stateful widget we have setState method. So to call it I am just going to create a private function, update text, pass value in it. It is a function, so we have to call setState. We know how to call the setState, we learned in the previous tutorial. So to set the state we have just update this product name is equal to value, whatever the updated value has been passed to this update text. And inside this onChange we are going to call this update text and we are going to pass this updated value in it. So that's it. Now let's try to run the application, and our text is right there, product name is null. From the top you can see that whenever the text is being changed in the text field, it is going to execute this onChanged, and this onChange is calling this function. This function is basically just setting the state to a new value, right? So this new value is right here. So this is the first way, which is not a recommended way. So the second way is that we are going to assign an ID, or in the Flutter we are going to call it as a controller. So don't get confused with the controller, it is simply an ID, so you can take it as an ID. So for the ID we have controller, so we have to assign it a unique ID or a unique controller name. So let's make final product controller. So it is text editing controller. I have named it just a product controller, it's a unique for now. Assign this to this controller. So basically this controller is now going to get whatever the updated state is. We don't have to call the onChange. So instead of this product name, let's call this product controller dot text. We have to add curly brackets around this like this. So this text is the value that has been entered in the text field. So this controller is currently getting everything that is related to this text form field, which is the product name, and we also displayed this product name dot text inside our text field here. Okay, in here you can see that our text has been displayed. So now let's try to add something in here. Press the enter button and you can see that we don't have anything written on the text because we are not currently actively listening to this controller. So let me just go to the code and let's just save this again. And you can see that the text from the top has been displayed in the text field. So let's add something else. Now let's again save the changes, and you can see that the values has been updated, but they are being updated when the application is being saved or run again and again. So this controller is currently storing the state, but we have to actively listen to this controller. To override, press Ctrl O, the init state, this one. This is basically the initializing state. So we have to call super.initialize state, and next we have a controller. We are saying that this controller is going to listen. We have to add listener, and as a listener we are going to call, this is a function. So we already have created a function which is this update text. So let's just simply call this. So it is going to call this and it is going to update the state, and in the update state we just going to call this product controller dot text. So we will get the text from here instead of fetching the values from or to creating an onChange method and pass that value in here. So we are basically going to get that value from this controller and assign to this product name. Now let's save this code, and in here let's try to run, and you can see that it's being displayed in the text below. So for example, we don't want to update our current form. In that case we don't need this init state, but instead of this we also don't want to call the set state because we don't want to update the state. Instead of this, when the user is going to click on this online button, so let's just, instead of this text, we are not going to display it. Let's call this my button we created in the previous tutorial. Let's save it, and you can see that button has been added. At the top let's add sized box and add some height, so we can see the difference between button and the text field. So now open this function, and instead of directly calling this navigator.push, we also want to pass the values to our details here, to our details.dart. To pass the values to this screen, you can see this is the constructor of the details. Now inside this constructor, as we learned in our section 1 that how we can pass the values to the constructor, we simply first have to create a variable which is string type, private variable, product name, and in here we are going to call this dot product name, and that's it. So to remove this error we need to required, because whenever someone is going to call this details class, it should have to pass this product name. So now it's not a constant constructor, it has been modified, so it should not start with the underscore because it's a dynamic, it's not private. So this is a product name. Now to display that product name, instead of this center, in here I'm going to create again a container with some padding. As a child, let's create a list view. As a children of list view, let's add a list style, because in the list style we are going to display the details. As a leading property, for now I'm going to add static icon, but as a title of this list style I'm going to pass whatever the name we are going to get in this product name. So let's head back to this form screen. You can see in the navigator.push, when we are going to call this details, it is saying that please give me whatever the value you want to pass to this details. So for now I want to pass, so to pass the value in here I'm going to call my controller, product controller. Here we have to call this product name, and then we have to pass the value. So now let's run the application. Let's just remove this, add this text, submit the form, and you can see that it has been directed to this list style, and the list style is currently showing this icon and a title here. And also we want to go to the details. If we want to show that title in the app bar, so we can, instead of this text, we can say it's a product name. Remove this constant, save it, and you can see that it is now added. Let's try to remove this, change this, submit again, and you can see that it has been added as a title and also in the form below. Okay, now head back to the details, and in here you can see that we created a controller. The last thing is, let me just override, press Ctrl O again and call the dispose, and in this dispose we have to dispose our controller dot dispose, and then we have to call super dot dispose. Basically we created this controller, remember this, we have to destroy this, we have to destroy it to avoid any memory leaks or avoid the accessibility. So we created this controller, we have to remove this controller. We created this controller for this text field, so we assign this to this text field. Now using this controller before it is not being disposed, so this dispose will be automatically called when the widget has been destroyed. So this is the widget. When this widget has been destroyed, this dispose will be called automatically. But before disposing and after creating, we have the product controller assigned to this text field. It will hold everything related to this text form field. So using this product controller, on the press of this outline button, we simply call the navigation and move to the next screen, and while moving we also pass the value we get from this text field. You can pass multiple values, and in the upcoming tutorial we are going to create a model, and using that model we will pass all the values to the detail screen. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. I hope you learned something new. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe it and hit the bell icon to get notified. You can get all the videos, all the playlist link from the down below in the description, as you can see on your screen, and also from the right top corner.
Today we are going to learn how to create a checkbox in the Flutter. We are in section 3 and we are about to create the fourth video of this section, in which we are going to create a checkbox. As in the previous tutorial, those who are following, we created a text field in the Flutter. We learned the two types of text fields. We use the text field to get the data using controller and onChange method, and once the data has been collected, we pass the data to our details.dart screen. So if you didn't watch the previous video, link is in the description, or you can get it from the right top corner. In today's tutorial we are going to create a checkbox. As you can see on your screen that when the user is going to click on this top product, it has three states, basically a try state. The current state is returning a null value, this state is returning a false, and this state will return a true value. And also we will make this checkbox. First we will design it. There are two types of checkboxes, the simple checkbox and checkbox list style. We will see both of them, and we will also see pros and cons of both of the checkboxes. And after that, using set state, we will add interactivity to these checkboxes so these can be clickable. So let's get started. Open Android Studio. So we are inside the project we created for our stateful widgets. First of all, sorry about my voice, I'm not feeling well. So in here in the main.dart, we are simply calling my form, and we talked about that we created a form.dart and details.dart in our second video. So head towards the form.dart. So this is the form.dart, and in here you can see that I have created my own custom widget of about text field, because I am using two text fields here. So instead of repeating the code again and again, so I use the reusability. We already learned how to create custom widgets in our 13th video of section 2. You can get the link also from the description below of the playlist or from the right top corner. So this is a class I have just simply created down below here. It is getting some fields in the constructor, and it is just returning our text field as a widget. Let me just close this. Okay, you can see we are inside the list view, and we are here about to create the checkbox. Basically there are two types of checkboxes that we can create in the Flutter. The first one is a simple checkbox, and the second one is a checkbox list style. So let's get started with the first one. As we are inside the list view, so we don't have to call any child property. The first one is this checkbox. We have to provide a value. Value is either true or false, and then we have a onChange method, and on this onChange we will get a value, either it's selected or not. If it's true or not, if it's selected, then it will return true in the value variable, and if it's not selected, then it will return false. We will also see about the third state, which is the null state, so it can return null as well. So this is simply a variable. You can name it anything you want. Let's add comma. Let's save the code. You can see that our checkbox has been created, but it is currently not clickable. So to make this checkbox clickable, what we can do is we have to create a simple variable. So basically this variable is a private with this underscore. This is a boolean type, so by default its value is false. Head back to this checkbox we created and assign the value to this checkbox. Now inside this onChange function, we know we have to call the set state because the state has been updated, and we have to redraw this widget on the screen using stateful widget. So again, if you're new, you can see that we are inside the stateful widget class, and in here we know we can call set state method, and inside the set state we know we have to create a function, and this function is going to simply update this checkbox value, and we'll assign this value. You can see it is giving an error because the value can be null. So we first have to remove this final property, and in here you can see it saying that bool is a null type. Why it is a null type? Because checkbox has three states. It can either be checked, it can either be not checked, or it can be in the null state or the third state. So for that we have to go to this bool, add a question mark here. This make this bool as nullable, so the error has been gone. So for the simplicity, we make it as a one-liner here. Let's save the code, and you can see that by default our value is unchecked. When I'm going to click on this, it's being checked and unchecked. Press Ctrl Alt L to align our code. Okay, we are inside this checkbox, and in here you can see we have active color, check color, fill color, shape, and bunch of other properties. And the one I was talking about, try state, make it true. Save the code, and you can now see that we have three states. The one is returning true, this one is returning null, and this one is returning false. So that's why we make our checkbox as nullable. Next to our checkbox we can add check color, colors dot black. Save the code, and you can see that check color has been changed. We can also change this active color to colors dot deep purple and change this to white, so we can see that clearly. Save it, and you can see that active color has been changed, but when we are going to uncheck it, you can see the borders are still black. So you can play with these properties. Add a comma here, press Ctrl Alt L to align. So this is the checkbox, but in here you can see that we are not adding any text to this checkbox because there is no option to add any text. I don't know why, but currently we don't have any label or title property to this checkbox, so we cannot create any text or assign any text to this checkbox. So for that we have a checkbox list style. So to create this checkbox list style, we have to call checkbox list style property. Again, it requires a value can be true, false, or null. So for this we again have to create a unique variable, and for its onChange method we have to create a function like we did for the checkbox, and in here we also get some value if it's selected, null, or not selected. Let's save the code, and now you can see that when I'm going to click on this, you can see that it's the first thing, it's clickable. The second thing is it's a list style, so we can easily see that it's a complete list style with the checkbox. Currently it's not changing its state because we have to call set state here as well. So copy this set state from the top, paste it, and this time it's not changing the checkbox. Let's create another one, list style checkbox, the same with the nullable boolean, and by default it's false. I'm going to assign this value to list style checkbox and also change it here. Save the code, and this time you can see that we can deal with the both are changing states. But inside this checkbox list style, press Ctrl Alt L to align this as well. Next to value we have a title property here. It is a widget, so we will call text. For example, it is a top product. Save it, and you can see that now it is clickable. and its text is saying that it is a top product. So this is how we can assign a text. But again, one more thing, that as in the list style, we know that this currently the checkbox is being displayed on the trailing icon. But what if we want to change it to the leading icon? So for that we have a property called control infinity. So go for the list style, control infinity dot make it leading. So this is going to convert this as a leading icon. Let's save this, and you can see that it's being switched to the left side. Now again it is clickable and it is a complete list style. So this is basically a clear difference between the checkbox and checkbox list style. But we again have one more problem with the checkbox list style, that it is currently covering the whole width of the screen. So if in case you don't want to use this checkbox list style as well, so it is suggested to create your custom widget. So I'm going to leave this as an assignment for all of you to create your custom widget using a row. With the row you can create this simple checkbox, and next to the row you are going to create text widget, and you will assign the text to it. It should not cover the whole screen. And I will also create the custom widget and leave a link down below in the description. You can get that code from the link down below in the description. Today we're going to learn how to create a radio button in the Flutter. Basically in Flutter we call it a radio. We are in section 3 and we are about to create the 5th video of this section. As at the end of this video we are going to create a form, so we are following a single project. In the previous tutorial we created checkbox that you can see it has been displaying as a 5th tutorial, but we created in the previous tutorial. So the 5th tutorial is the one using radio buttons. So you can get that link from the description below. Okay, in today's tutorial we are going to create the radio buttons inside the form or inside the application we are creating in our section 3, in which we are going to create a form at the end. So you can see in the previous tutorial we created this checkbox. That checkbox is going to check that this product is on the top. We designed this product. We see two types of the checkboxes. So same for today's tutorial, we are going to cover the two type of radio buttons that we have in the Flutter. The first one is a simple radio and the second one is the radio list style. Then we will use the radio list style because radio list style provide us the title property, and we will also see the difference between these two. We will try to understand how radio button works with the basic example, and then using enum we are going to create a professional radio button. After that we are going to use the radio button and design them like this by making them interactable using setState property. And once we created these two, because you can see we have two radio buttons in the same design, so instead of repeating the code we are going to create a custom button. But in this custom button or in this custom widget, we are not going to make that widget as stateful widget, but we will keep that as a stateless widget, and we will try to handle the set state in our parent widget, which is the form.dart. So let's get started with today's tutorial. Open Android Studio. So we are inside the project we created for our stateful widgets for the section 3. So for today's tutorial, so basically we will be following 3 steps. The first one is going to create two type of radio buttons, their pros and cons. Then the second part we make our radio buttons dynamic or interactive using setState, and then at the end we are going to use custom widget. And in this custom widget we are going to learn how to call setState from this screen in the form.dart. Basically that screen or that custom widget will be stateless widget, but the state will be handled inside the form.dart or inside its parent widget. So let's get started with the today's tutorial. Let's create first our radio widget. If you follow the previous tutorial, in the checkbox we have only two values required in the checkbox, value and on change, but inside the radio we have one extra value which is group value. So add a comma here. Let's pass for now null values to all, and let's create the second one which is radio list style and also pass null to each value. So these are basically two type of radio designs that we can deal with. The first one is a simple radio and the second one is just radio list style. Same as a checkbox list style, radio list style provide us with a title attribute that we can add any text widget or any widget we want to use with the radio or with the checkbox. But in simple checkbox and in simple radio we don't have any title or label attributes. Let's try to run the application. As you can see on your screen we have two radio buttons. The first one is in the center and the second one is this list style radio button. So these two are not clickable yet, and these two are by default selected. So let's try to assign its value 1 and 2 maybe. Let's save the code, and you can see that both are unchecked currently. Still they are not selectable. So how this value and group value works basically inside the radio button. We use radios because we want user to select only one option among all of these. So group value is basically the one which is going to uniquely identify all the radio buttons in a group. So group value must be unique, but this radio value can be changed and unique for each radio button, not in the whole group. So for example, to understand it before going to create enums, because enums used for the radios, let's say we have a value 1 and value 2, but in the group value we have to make sure one thing, that this group value is unique among all the radio buttons. So only one radio button can be clicked at or selected at one time. Whenever the value is equal to group value, the radio button will be selected. So in this case, the value 1 is equal to group value 1, but this value is not equal to group value, so the first radio button should be selected, as you can see. So let's try to make this group value as 2, so it should be unique. So I created 2 here as well. Save the code, and the second one is selected. So same like others, for example, you can see we have different values 1 to 7, but the group value must be unique. So we have only one group value. Let's save the code, and you can see we have 7 radio buttons, but currently they are not clickable. But you can see the second group value has been selected. If we make it 3, and now you can see the third value is selected. So this is basically the concept of radio buttons. So now, because in the radio buttons we use enums, so let's create the first enum. To create an enum, we have to go above this class, keyword enum. So I have created 2 properties, downloadable enum and deliverable enum. You can create, for example, enum as a gender, and in here you can pass male, female, and any other genders you want to add. Okay, now head back towards our radio buttons. In here you can see that as a value we have to pass unique values of each radio button. So let's say the first one value, product type enum dot, let's say the first one is deliverable, and same, instead of this 2 we will use product type enum dot downloadable. So we have unique values. The first one is deliverable, second one is downloadable. But remember that we have to make sure that this group value should be unique. So to do that, inside our class we have to call this enum that we created at the top, product type enum, nullable, question mark means it's nullable, and let's create a private product type enum. Let's copy this, and instead of this 3, let's paste, Control Alt L to align the code. Okay, in here you can see that the group value for these 2 radio tiles are same. This is a product type enum and this is a product type enum. So whatever will be initialized to this product type enum will be same throughout these all radio buttons. So inside this onChange we are going to set the state or to update the state and make radio button inflectable. So in this onChange basically we will try to update whatever radio button is selected and will initialize the value inside this product type enum. So when our widget will be redrawn, this new value will be assigned to all the radio buttons and it will be unique throughout this group value. So to create a function, because onChange is a function, when value will be changed we will get some value. Inside this function we need to update the state. So we know how to update the state, we learned in the previous tutorial. Again, if you are new, you can get the link from the description below or from the right top corner. Now inside this set state, simply we are going to assign product type enum is equal to new value. So this new value, what is this new value? This new value is this one. When this radio button is going to be selected, this value is going to be picked from there and assigned to this one. Product type enum.deliverable, which is unique in all the radio buttons, will be assigned to this group value. So all the group values will be product type enum.deliverable, and when this value and group value is going to be equal, that radio button is going to be selected. You can see that the error is that it is object type. The radio button is an object type, which is a generic type, but the value we are getting is a product type enum. So this value is a product type enum because we use this here. So we just have to map this radio as product type enum, and the error will be gone. Copy this, paste it here, and also we are going to copy this on change instead of this null. And the same, this set state is working for this product type enum. Whatever the value it is going to get in this case it is going to get product type enum.downloadable and initialize to this one. Again, in the set state all the group values will be holding this value. So let's save the code, and you can see we have two radio buttons. These two are clickable, and you can see only one is being selected at a time. But remember, the issue is with the radio button that we cannot assign any title to it, but with the radio list style we can have a property of title as a widget. We can assign any widget, but as a widget, let's now for example we add the product type enum. So simply copy this one, dot name. So this is going to paste whatever the name of the enum is, save it. But to use any widget as a title we cannot use a radio, we will use this radio list style. So currently we have, you can see we have two radio list styles, so both are working. So now what if we want to convert them into a single line, and you can see that one more issue, that we have an extra space in the list style right from this icon. You can see that. So to remove that extra space we have content padding property in the radio list style. Remember, it's only in the radio list style, not in the radio. And you can see the deliverable, remove the space around it. And also we are going to copy this one, paste it in here, and the space is also gone. So as we seen at the start, we have to convert them into a single line. So for that we first need a row variable, row widget, sorry. Inside the row we have a children's property. In the children's we have to add these two to make them in single row. If you don't know about the row, and if you knew about the rows and columns, you can watch the video, link is in the description. Let's save it, and boom, it's gone, because currently we are facing an error because they are going outside our design. So let's try to wrap this radio list style in expanded. To wrap any widget in another widget, press Alt Enter and wrap with the widget, name it expanded, and that's it. Save the code, and our design is back. Now let's try to add a background color. So we have a tile color property, colors.deepurple.shade50, save it and copy this one in the second. Currently you can see that we have two issues. The first one is that we need space, so we have a size box. Let's add some width, 5.0 comma, save the code. A small space has been included. Now furthermore, if you want to shrink our radio list style, we have a property called dense. This is a boolean type. This is going to make it little small. Copy and paste it in the second one, save the code, and you can see that both list styles are working perfectly. So to change the shape of the list style or the background, we also have a shape property, use rounded rectangle border. So as a border radius dot circular 5.0, save the code, and it's been changed to circular. Copy and paste it for the other one as well, save it. Now you can see that we are overdoing the work. We have two expanded, they are currently taking all the space. So let's convert these two into a custom widget. To widgets, let's create a new file. I have already created a file named myRadioButton. In here we have to import material.dart and to create a stateless class, name it myRadioButton, and in here we have to just replace this container with our expanded, this one, remove the comma, and we have a bunch of errors. Let me just import form.dart here, and we also need enum over here because we don't need enum in this class now. So let's just cut it from here, add back, create enum. Okay, so in here we have to identify that what we need a unique value of each radio button, we need same group value for each button, and also we need title here as well. Let me just align them. So we have title, value and group value. Then this is a design, and also we need this on change as a function. So now first I have to create the variables. So we are going to get these values from the user whenever this my radio button is going to be called. So we will do that in the constructor. We will add a required keyword, required this dot title, and remove this constant as well. So we initialize these values in here, and also we need on change. So when you hover over this on change, you can see we need a function, and its value will be product type enum, nullable, function is also nullable, and its name. So let's create a function, and in here we need to pass a product type enum, which will be nullable, function will also be nullable, and let's name it. We also want to get this from the user, so we will also make this as required because set state should be provided by the user. So we have 4 values that we need to provide when we are going to call this my radio button widget. Heads towards the form.dart, and in here we first need to create my radio button, and you can see now we have to provide 4 values. Press Ctrl Alt L to align. Now as a title we know that we have to provide product type enum dot, the first one is deliverable. So we provided a name, then you remember that each radio button has a unique value. So in this case this unique value is this deliverable. Group here, so I didn't name it as a group, so I should name it as a group. And in the on change we have to set the state. Remember, this is a function, so we created a function. This on change is going to receive some value. Let's say it's a val here. Inside this function we need to call the set state. We just have to call this product type enum is equal to whatever the new value is. So that's it. So basically sending this on change, which we called in here, as a set state. So let's just remove this, and instead of that we need to call the function we just created at the top. Okay, in here I forgot to add or to replace these titles. Okay, now let's run the code. So you can see that in here you can see we have only one my radio button, and it is currently showing deliverable in the whole row. It is taking complete row. And let me just duplicate it. This time we have to change this title to downloadable, also this to as downloadable, unique value, but the product type enum, and set state will be same. Let's save it, and you can see we have 2 my radio buttons. So we can add again size box with the width, comma, save it. This is how we use our custom widgets, and also we send these on states or on change properties or complete functions from the stateful widgets. You can see all these classes are basically stateless widgets. You can see my checkbox is stateless, Textfield is a stateless, my button is also stateless. So basically these all are the stateless, but this form class is stateful widget. This video was a bit long video than other videos, but I hope you learned something new in this video. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Today's tutorial, as you can see on your screen, we are going to create this drop down button. By selecting a size, we can select 4 types of sizes. We have large, medium, extra large, and by selecting, basically set state is being called and the updated user interface is being displayed. And in the previous tutorial you can see we created this drop down button, and in the next tutorial, in the last tutorial, we are going to create a complete form. So when we are going to collect the data, it will be a top product. It is not downloadable, it's a deliverable product, and for example its size is medium. When we are going to press this submit button, we will collect all the data from this screen and we will pass the data to the details screen. You can save the data to database, or you can either pass this data to the next screen or do whatever you like to do. So this is what we will create in the next video. In today's video we will learn how to create this drop down. Basically 2 types of drop downs will be covered. the simple drop down button and drop down form field. We are in section 3 and we are about to create the second last video of this section and also of this complete playlist. And in the last tutorial we are going to create a complete form in which we will first validate all these fields and then pass the data to our next screen, and also learn how to use global key in the form. Stick together, watch video till end, and don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Open Android Studio. So we are inside the project we created in our section 3 of Stateful Widgets. In the form.dart, you can see we have already created my text fields, checkboxes, and also the radio buttons and also my button. So all these widgets has been created customly. You can see and watch the videos link in the description below. So in today's tutorial, let's get started with the drop down button. And you can see we have to provide two things in the drop down button: items and on change. So this is the list of the items, and then in the on change we will get some change value. This error is because that we did not pass anything, but we are receiving a change value in here. So let's first create the items list that we have to pass to our drop down. Head towards the variable section in our class above this widget method, and in here you can see I have already created a list. Simply its final list, product size list, small, medium, large and extra large. So let's just copy this name and head toward this section and just pass the list we have created. Add comma here, Control Alt L, and in here you can see that we cannot provide drop down as a simple list, because we have to convert our list into the way drop down items has been mapped, because we want to pass list of drop down menu items, and in that menu item we want to pass whatever the text is inside this list. So to map that, you just have to write dot map function, and in here you can see this map is simply a function. Let me just remove this to avoid confusion. Inside this map we have to create a function. This function is going to receive some value. This e means that each value or one by one value from this list, and then in here we have to return drop down menu item. It will have some child. So child means as a text we are going to pass whatever is in the e. E is basically the each item, because e is a string in our case, small, extra large, large, so we will pass e in here. And then next to the child we have also a value section. So the drop down item contains two things: text will be displayed on the menu drop down item and value will sit behind as a unique item, so it is again e in here. Then next to this function, when this map will be end, because we have list of items, so we have to write dot to list. We know that we can use fat arrows, we learn in our section 1. So this is how we map. In the map we have a simple function, and in the function we have to return each time drop down menu item. Okay, the items has been created. Let's run the application. You can see that we have a drop down menu has been created. When clicking on it we will get these small values, medium and all that. Currently it's not being selected because we have to pass selected value. We have a value here of drop down button. So let's go to the top and create a string type variable, which is saying that it is a selected value. Currently it's nullable. For example, we want to get the first whatever is in the first index of this list. For that we have to create constructor of this class. So I have created a constructor of this class, and in that I have simply assigned this variable to whatever is on the list of or at the 0 index of this list. So this is 0, 1, 2 and 3. So 0 means small will automatically be assigned, so let's remove it from here. And inside this value section we have to pass the selected value. Let's save the code, and in here you can see that small has been selected by default, but currently other items cannot be selected because we have to use this on change. Now to select any unique value in the on change we will use set state, because we need to update the state. Inside this set state, let's just update the value of selected value is equal to whatever the value has been fetched, because it is currently an object. So to make it as string we will use as string function. So now let's save the code, and now let's change the value to large, and you can see whatever has been selected is being displayed as a selected value. So now let's try to design this. Using this drop down button we cannot use a decoration field, or we cannot add any other type of decoration to this drop down.
So instead of this drop down, we can use drop down form field. Let me just copy these values and paste it inside this drop down form field. Save the code, and you can see we have two type of drop downs. The first one is on the top, which is not perfectly designed, and the second one is this one, which is the material design or the form field design. Now to design it, let's first for example want to change the drop down icon. So I have created an icon which is returning an icon. So this is the icon and it is simply a color of the icon. Let's save the code, and you can see that icon has been added. We can also change drop down color. Save the code, and now you can see that background has been changed. Then we also have a decoration property inside the drop down form field. Decoration is going to provide us the same decoration that we use in our text form field. It is actually input decoration. In the input decoration, let's first try to add label text. This text is whatever has been displayed on the drop down, because we don't know currently what type of drop down it is. Save the code, and you can see on the top that we have a product sizes. So let me remove the first drop down. It is currently attached to the top, so we can also add some space using size box. Okay, next to this label, so again I have added a simple icon. This is icon and this is a color. Save it, and you can see that color and icon has been added. Next to it, we can also add a border to our product design. Like in the text field, you can see that the text has been moved to the top. So the same way we can add border to our drop down. So we have our underline input border, outline input border. For example, we want to use outline input border as a border property. Save the code, and you can see that we have a same type of text field like the drop down, but it is currently working as a drop down. It's not a text field. So this is how we can change. So let's underline input border, save the code, and we are back with our designs. So this is how we design, and this is how we use our drop downs in Flutter. So in today's tutorial, we learned two type of drop downs: simple drop down button and drop down button form field. Drop down button form field provides us the decoration property using which we can add titles and other bunch of options. So we use drop down form field. So this is how we basically add logic to the drop downs, and also we learn how to design the drop down button in the Flutter. There are a bunch of options. You can design any type of drop down you want. So take it as an assignment. Try to create custom widget of this drop down and use it multiple times in your code. As in the previous video, we learned completely about how to handle the set state in the parent widget, which is this class. So I hope you will create your own drop down, or at least practice it at home so you can master it easily. So that's it for this tutorial. I hope you learned something new. If you learned something new, please like the video, and if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe. Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to Coding with T. Today we are going to learn how to create form in the Flutter. In this tutorial we will first learn how to create a form using a global key. Then we will also perform the validations on the text fields, and we will collect all the data and pass it to our details.dart screen. So we are in section 3 and we are about to create the last video of this section and also of this complete Flutter basic crash course for absolute beginners. If you are new, you can get the link from the description below. At the end of this series, I am also going to combine all these 3 sections, all these videos into one single video, and it will be helpful for those who want to watch a single video and want to learn complete Flutter basic crash course using single videos. So that video will be useful for those. Don't forget to subscribe the channel to get notified about the latest videos. So let's get started. Open Android Studio. So we are inside the form.dart and we will try to collect the data from all these fields we created previously. You can see that in here we have text fields, checkbox, we have 2 radio buttons, drop down button, and also then we have a submit button. So in here we first have to create a form. So for that let's create a generic key of the form. So this is a global key, but it also have some type. So we have to pass form state. Basically this form state is a specific keyword for the forms. It is not something related to my form or my form state. So it's not related to these names. Please don't get confused. Okay, once this global key has been created, down below in here we have to create the form widget. So as a form we have to provide only single child, so for that I am going to pass column. And now inside this form we also have a form key. Now inside this children's we will simply copy and paste all these fields we created and we'll paste it inside this column. Okay, now you can see we have a simple form with a global key and it has some fields. Okay, now we have created our form, but we need to perform the validations. So to perform the validation we already have a custom text field, so add towards this custom text field. Inside the text form field we have a validator property. Inside this validator it is simply a function which will get whatever the value has been entered in the text field. Now in here we will add simple if statement by checking if its value is null or empty. If value is equal to null or it is empty, then we will simply return some error, and we also have to return null if nothing goes wrong, right? So heads toward the form.dart and you can see we have two fields. Basically these two fields are same for the my text field. So if you have multiple fields you have to write validator for each field, but for now for the product name and product description we want to use this same validator for two fields. But if you want to use a custom validator you will also have to add those fields as a generic, the way we are using these fields, so you can also learn them from the previous videos. Now our form has been created and we also added the validations, but now when the click of this my button, or it is a basically custom button, whatever the button you are using, when the user click on the submit button, we basically first want to validate those fields and then pass data to our details.dart. So for the validation, if you have the button right here you don't have to do this, but if you have a custom button then heads toward the custom button like I have inside the widgets my button. Okay, in here you can see we already have a onPress function which is simply returning details using a product name and product description. But now we want to perform the onPress event inside our form.dart, so for that we don't need this right now. Let's just remove this from here. Also we will pass the data from our form.dart. We don't need these variables anymore. Instead we want to pass this onPress event, so we will have a void callback, name it onPress. In the constructor we will make it required, remove this constant as well, make it final, and also we will pass this onPress to our onPress event, add comma, and the error has been gone. Close this my button, and in the form you can see now we don't need to pass these two variables, but if we want to use our my button add requirement onPress, so we have to pass a simple function here inside the onPress. So now inside this function we want to validate our form. You can see we are inside the form and we have a property if form key, the global key we created, dot current state. This current state is nullable, so for that we have to add this exclamation mark, dot we have a validate function. If this form key state is validate, means it's true, then we want to perform our actions. We pass the data to our details.dart screen only when this state has been validated. So inside this if statement we will pass the data to our details.dart. Let's say for now let's create a snack bar that will be showing the data has been processing. So if the state has been validated, the snack bar will be appeared with the text processing data. Let's try to run the application. Now when I am going to click on this submit button, you can see that we have two errors. Please enter some text, please enter some text. So let's add some text here and click on this button again, and you can see that processing data snack bar has been appeared down below here. Let's click again and this snack bar is right here. So this means that our validation is working. Now we want to collect all this data and we want to pass this data to our details.dart. So for that we first have to create a model. In the lib let's create a new directory, models. Inside let's create a new file, product model.dart port material, and it is a simple class. Class name is product details. Now let's add all the fields that we want to pass to our next screen. Okay, I have created all these fields that we require: product name, product details, the top product, product type, and product size. Heads toward the form, and right below the form key let's try to add product details. Now we will use these product details to initialize all the fields. So instead of this snack bar, let's remove this. If the field has been successed, we will use this product details dot product name is equal to, we know we have a product name inside product controller, so we will use product controller dot text. So let's assign all these values. So we get all these values in here, and you can see we have exclamation mark at the end because these values are nullable. So for that we have to add this exclamation mark. So these are the non-nullable fields and these are the nullable fields, so that's why we use this. So when all these data has been mapped to our product details, so now we can pass the product details to our details.dart screen. So for that, let's head toward our details.dart, and in the constructor, instead of getting these two values, let's get product details. So in the required, we will also get the product details. Let's remove the second one. Now we are basically getting all the values inside the model. So we will map all these values one by one in here. So first, now let's write navigator dot push constant. So we simply write a navigator dot push, and using a material page route we will go to the details, and in the product details we are passing whatever is inside this product details. So instead of declaring them at the top, we can declare it inside the button, so its scope should be limited. Whenever the button will be pressed, so this will be created and new values will be assigned and it will pass to. Okay, now heads toward the details, and in here now we have to, instead of the product name, we have product details dot product name. Instead of this product description, we will pass product details dot product description, and like this we have to replace all the values like a top product. So in here we will use product details dot is top product. If it is a top product, we will display this chip here, and in the else we have to pass, let's say, a dummy text which will not return anything. Add a comma here. So in the product type, you can see that by assigning the product type, I have just simply converted because it's an enum, so you have to convert this as string. It will be treated as a string. So now let's try to run the application. We have assigned all these values. Control Alt L to align our code. Okay, now let's try to run the code, save the application, and this time let's try to fill the values in a real time. So it is, let's say, a top product. It is a deliverable product and its size is, we have a medium size. Now let's try to submit it. Okay, so you can see that our form has been created and we successfully passed the data using a model. We also do the validation for the text fields. So I hope you learned something new. Again, for a quick review, go to the form.dart, and in here we created a simple final global key. We use that global key to create our form and pass that inside the key. In the children widgets, we have to, because we have multiple children in the form, so we use a layout Flutter widget, which is a column widget, and we created all these fields in the my button, and on the press of the button we are going to get this form key and its state. If it's validated, then we will get all this data and we will pass this data to our detail screen, and in the details we have our dynamic list style in which we are basically displaying all the records. So that's it for this tutorial. I hope you learned something new, the complete playlist and also from the right top corner. Thank you for watching. Take care. Allah Hafiz.